It is Ryan Seacrest here. There was a recent social media trend which consisted of flying on a plane with no music, no movies, no entertainment. But a better trend would be going to ChumbaCasino.com. It's like having a mini social casino in your pocket. Chumba Casino has over 100 online casino-style games, all absolutely free. It's the most fun you can have online and on a plane. So grab your free welcome bonus now at ChumbaCasino.com. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
Welcome to Airchecks. Last week and this week, we will be playing Horizons West. Produced for and broadcast on the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Actual taping dates unknown. The 13-episode Horizons West was a radio docu-drama depiction of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Directed by William Lawley, all 13 eps were written by popular radio duo, Carl A. and William Tunberg. Here is the final 7 episodes of Horizons West.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of 2 young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Captain Clark?
Here, Sergeant Ordway.
Sir, there's no more trail up ahead.
No more trail.
That's right, sir.
Halt! Soldiers! Bratton, Cruzat, pass the word. Halt! Halt! Pass the word.
What's the matter up here, Billy?
Ordway says we've run out of trail.
Well, let's have a look, Sergeant. Yes, sir, Captain Lewis. Even the big orange sheep would have trouble with this path. His guides, old Toby and his son, aren't doing very well.
Ordway, go back to Toby. Find out what's wrong.
Yes, sir. Toby's supposed to know the Nez Perce Trail from the Missouri to the Columbia, according to Chief Camillawait. The chief told Sacagawea, his own sister, that Toby and his 4 boys were reliable. I can't understand.
Well, they did get us through the Lemhi.
And 3 of the sons deserted. Wonder when old Toby and the other boy plan to leave us.
When you look at that trail, Meriwether, narrows to about 6 inches.
And the drop-off stays the same, about 1,000 feet. Captain, Toby swears this is right. He says maybe a slide's partially blocked the trail. I guess we'll have to take his word for it. We'll cut a path.
Sergeant, break out those axes.
Yes, sir. Bratton, Kohler, Shields, Collins, bring your axes. Widen that trail to 3 feet. Give those horses a little leg room in there. All right, pull back.
I don't see anything but cliffs up ahead. I hope Toby's right.
There's supposed to be a mountain valley not far from here, the country of the Flathead Indians.
No more room up here. Keep those horses back. Hold him! That one, hold him, I said! He's going over! Poor beast. Hey, you men! Hang on to the rest of those horses, you understand? Talk to them. Calm them down.
Cruzette, what was on that horse that fell?
Most of our food, sir.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now, with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 7, To the Pacific. September 1805. The Lewis and Clark expedition struggled along the Nez Perce Trail, a winding footpath that skirted the rugged Bitterroot Mountains along the border between present-day Montana and Idaho. Horses slipped and fell and broke equipment. Men cursed and chopped a trail in the sides of cliffs where weather had eroded the path. There was no food, animal or vegetable, in this cold, wind-blown country almost 7,000 feet above sea level. Neither Lewis nor Clark, plodding along at the head of a hungry, weary band, was sure they would ever find the Lolo Pass, which was supposed to be the gateway to the headwaters of the Columbia. The morning of September 3rd, 1805, the expedition awakened to a sleet storm and low temperature.
Morning, Captain Clark.
It's cold, York. Meriwether. Come on, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, I see white. Hello, Billy. Morning to you, York. Get the men up, York. Get those baggage covers thawed out.
Yes, sir.
Tell the sergeants to detail men to rub down the horses. I don't want any animals slipping off the trail because he's too numb to know where he's putting his feet.
Yes, sir.
Billy Clark and I kept the men moving, and it was lucky that the trail was appreciably wider, because the sleet was now blowing across the mountain with the force of a gale. It took us most of the day to travel 5 miles. Along toward evening, the path started downhill, the storm faded away, and we could see a mountain valley below. On the floor of the valley were the lodges of an Indian village.
Looks like old Toby was right. That could be the Flathead Village.
Looks deserted. Maybe the people are staying inside to keep warm.
That big lodge, a couple of men just came out.
You're right, sir. They're looking this way, pointing at us.
The 2 men were joined by others who came in 2s and 3s from the different lodges to watch our approach.
Ordway, ask Sacagawea if she can talk to these people.
The Salish, or Flathead tongue, was vastly different from Shoshone and most other Indian dialects, Sacagawea explained to us. She was sorry, but she had no knowledge of it. We were forced to call upon George Druyar, exponent of the Plains Country Sign Language. We moved into the village where we stopped before a group of excited warriors, including one who wore 3 eagle feathers and looked like a chief. We made the universal sign of peace, which they understood, but seemed not to believe after looking at York. The chief and George Druyar spoke to each other in sign language.
His name is Three Feathers. He's worried about the York's war paint. War paint?
Yes, sir. A strange white tribe with no blankets rides in with their biggest warrior painted black. That is very bad medicine.
Explain that York's natural skin is black, just as ours is white and theirs is red. Tell him.
Looking for excitement? Chumba Casino is here. Play anytime, play anywhere. Play on the train, play at the store, play at home, play when you're bored. Play today for your chance to win and get daily bonuses when you log in. So what are you waiting for? Don't delay. Chumba Casino is free to play.
Experience social gameplay like never before. Go to Chumba Casino right now to play hundreds of games, including online slots, bingo, Slingo, and more. Live the Chumba life at ChumbaCasino.com.
VGW Group. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
Our blankets are in our packs.
Although he tried, George seemed unable to make Three Feathers understand. Finally, in despair, he turned to York.
York, how about letting Three Feathers try to rub off the black paint, huh?
Others did that to me. Shoshone, Mandan. Ain't gonna put up with no more insults.
It's no insult, York. Three Feathers has never seen black skin before.
You can be patient with his ignorance, York, to save us all trouble and maybe killing.
All right, sir. This once I'll put up with their ignorance for the sake of the Corps.
George indicated York's massive arm. Three Feathers advanced and vigorously tried to rub off the war paint. When he couldn't, he relaxed and gave us all a grin of fellowship.
Someday I'm going to break somebody's ignorant head wide open.
York was mollified, however, when a crowd of squaws and young men gathered to admire his height and his broad shoulders. He even took off his shirt so they could get a better look at his muscular body. Three Feathers ordered robes spread in the lodge, and upon his invitation, Billy Clark and I entered, along with George Drouillard.
George, this will be the pipe ceremony. After it's over, maybe you could bring up the subject of horses.
Yes, sir. We want to make up for the ones we lost, huh?
Right. I guess we sit over here.
No, sir. It's over here.
Three Feathers and his minor chieftains entered and sat. The chief lit a pipe and passed it to Billy Clark.
I smoke to peace, to good trading, white man, black man, Selish.
In an amiable mood, Three Feathers went into a long harangue of friendship, and as he talked, we could understand what Sacagawea meant when she said the Selish tongue was different. It was sort of a brogue, complete with rolled R's. It reminded me of Welsh, and of the old legend that says that America was discovered by the Welsh, who then disappeared into the interior of the continent and became a tribe of white Indians. I took out pencil and paper and jotted down the sounds as best I could. It would make an interesting bit of philology to show to Mr. Jefferson.
We acquired 9 good horses from the Flatheads and got directions to the Lolo Pass, which jibed with old Toby's. Despite his indecisive ways, old Toby was proving to be a tolerable guide. We moved down valley to a fork of the Bitterroot River, where we stopped to make camp and prepare for the rigors of the Lolo Pass.
Unsaddle an egg! Stow the baggage!
Captain Lewis, Captain Clark.
Good fire you have going there.
Yes, sir, but...
Make another one just for warmth.
Yes, sir, but what'll I cook?
No flour? No corn?
Nothing, sir.
I sent George Drouillard out with a rifle and a pack horse early this morning, right after we left the Flathead.
Then we can hope. George is a mighty fine hunter.
But there ain't no game to shoot. Excuse me.
Where do you think you're going?
To pick your supper, sir. Wild choke cherries.
I'd rather go hungry.
I am just in time.
Oh, will you gentlemen look at that fine deer Mr. Drouillard's got on that horse? Ain't he a pretty hunter? If you'll excuse me, I'll just heft this fine meat off the horse and take it over to where it'll do the most good, at my cooking fire.
Thanks for coming through, George.
You sure boosted morale.
I shot it 1 hour ago when I was on my way back, empty-handed.
We named the camp Traveler's Rest. We spent 2 days preparing for the Lolo Pass, resting the horses, repairing equipment. On September 12th, we left Traveler's Rest and began climbing the rugged crags of the Bitterroots. When we reached the 7,000-foot summit of the Lolo Pass, it began to snow. For 3 days, the weather worsened, and it was a miracle that we didn't lose any men or animals. On the 17th, we began to come out of the mountains.
Billy, it's a little warmer.
I'm glad to be out of that snowstorm.
Oh, so am I. We've got to solve this food problem soon. Lower altitudes and warmer weather ought to mean that we can find some game.
Why don't I take George Juilliard and the other hunters and push ahead? The next morning, I was off early with Sergeant Gass, George Juilliard, Reuben Fields, George Shannon, and Johnny Coulter. 2 days of ranging the country netted one wild horse, which we left hanging from a tree for the main party. A few hours later, we encountered 2 wandering villages of Nez Perce Indians. Through Juilliard's sign language, we talked to them, and they seemed honest and friendly. They sold us surplus food, dried salmon and camas bread made from roots. We packed this on a horse and sent Rube Fields back to the main party with it. Then we moved on, seeing some signs of game, and finally came to the headwaters of a large river. We made camp a few miles from where the Nez Perce had set up their lodges.
Captain Clark, there is a Nez Perce warrior want to see you.
Oh? About what?
He has bad leg. Wants it cured with the white man's magic.
Well, I'll be glad to try. Juilliard moved beyond my fire, where a young Nez Perce waited, hunched over in pain. I watched the motion of his leg, trying to diagnose what was wrong with it as he limped over towards me. Ask him where the pain is, George.
I speak white man talk.
Oh.
Name Kamish.
I'm Captain Clark. Now, where does your leg hurt?
Here. And here.
Mm-hmm. The thigh. And the bend of the knee. Lie down on this blanket.
Yes. Lie down.
I'm going to pull the leg hard, and it will hurt.
And then we'll get well?
Then it will get well.
Then Kamish ready.
Pull. George, brace his shoulders.
Yes, sir. All right, boy. Now, you remember, this will hurt.
I take you by the ankle with both hands. See?
Kamish, see.
All right. Now. Pull. There. Now, soon the strain will go. George, there's a bottle of liniment in my pack. Get it, will you?
Yes, sir.
Kamish, where did you learn white man's talk?
Many sleeps ago. Kamish in country.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. And now I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun, Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from with new games released each week. You can play for free, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. all in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
We have Chinooks near Columbia. Chinooks try to kill. White trapper man from north drive Chinooks away. They keep me 2 moons till they cure wound from Chinook spear.
I'm glad the trappers helped you.
Here is the liniment, sir.
Kamkamish, I'm going to rub this into your leg. It may feel like it's burning at first, but that'll go away and your leg will be much better.
Kamkamish, grateful. You go to big stinking sea? Chinook country?
Yes. This river, I call it the Clearwater, does it run to the Columbia?
Use canoe. Sometimes portage. But, good most way for boat.
I see. Now here, Kamkamish, take this bottle. Rub the liquid in like I did. Every day until the bottle is empty.
Thank you. White man, very good. I speak good words to my people.
The day Meriwether and the main party joined us, we brought in 4 deer. Unfortunately, it was more than enough meat because Meriwether and his party were unable to eat. The sudden change to a diet of dried salmon and camas roots had given them all dysentery. Nevertheless, Meriwether insisted upon making plans for the resumption of water travel as soon as he had seen the river.
You say the Clearwater is navigable and leads to the Snake River, and that takes us into the Columbia.
Well, there are rapids. There'll be portages.
Nothing as bad as the Great Falls of the Missouri, I hope.
Nothing could be that bad. I told Sergeant Gass to select trees to make into good, strong dugouts.
Maybe the Nez Perce will have a guide or two to add to old Toby. Somebody with local information.
I hope so. They've agreed to look after our horses until we come back.
Well, Sergeant Pryor and a detail can round up the horses and brand each one.
In the space of less than 2 weeks, the ailing members of our party recovered. The horses were branded and entrusted to the Nez Perce. And our new dugouts were ready for the journey downriver. And our Indian friends provided 2 chieftains who would accompany us, at least part of the way, Twisted Hair and Tito Harsky. Morale was high when we started down the Clearwater on the 7th day of October, 1805.
Captain Clark, it's a treat just to be riding a boat. No towing, no pulling, not even any rowing to speak of.
Hey, what about steering, Sergeant? What's the gas doing up ahead?
What are you getting at, Cruzat?
Well, Sergeant Otway, better look sharp. There's fresh water ahead. Rapids to you.
Looks to me like Gass is making a proper approach.
Sir, he's too close to those rocks in a new and untried boat.
Gas? Look out! Look out!
Gass's dugout seemed to be drawn to the rock like a piece of metal to a magnet. It struck, cheated in the current, slammed into a second rock, and started to sink.
Hang on to the rock, you men! Hold the boat!
Most of our non-swimmers were in Gass's boat. Now they behaved with rare presence of mind, following Cruzat's bellowed instructions.
Pull your boat close! Hang on to us! We'll take you in!
The men obeyed. Our oars flashed out, and Cruzat steered to the beach in safety. An examination showed a split in the forward portion of Gass's canoe.
Looks to me like it was made too thin.
We can repair.
Get at it, then. And get that deer in the sun to dry. York! York!
Yes, sir.
Where's old Toby?
Why, I saw him and his boy heading upriver as fast as their legs would take him, sir.
Go find Captain Lewis. Tell him Toby's run away.
I know. They ran east without paying any attention to me.
Or to me either, sir. This morning, old Toby was pretty scared of the dugout. He say he do not like the big water.
I guess we've seen the last of him. Lucky we've got Twisted Hair and Tito Harsky to guide us.
York, if you feel like making the fire, Captain Luis and I shot some blue teal.
Teal? That's good.
What about bigger game? Any signs?
Not a thing. Looks to me like we're going to have to become salmon eaters, like the Indians. We continued down the Clearwater into the Snake River, where we overturned 3 canoes in fast water, but suffered no lasting damage from the accident. What bothered us most were the persistent reports from friendly Indians that the nearer we came to the ocean, the more unfriendly and dishonest the natives. Also, at this season, food was scarce, except for dried salmon, which was kept in large quantities by all the tribes. Despite these intelligences, when we actually turned from the Snake into the Columbia, we yelled congratulations from boat to boat.
The Columbia! The Columbia! The Columbia! 3 cheers for us!
Good beach ahead. Lay into shore.
Lay into shore! Lay into shore! Throw that baggage. York! York, let's have a fire.
Yes, sir.
What is it, Scanner? What's the matter, boy?
Up on the hill, sir. Indians.
Captain, they are coming down.
All right, everybody make the peace sign, but be ready for trouble.
I managed to keep my big dog Scannon from attacking the newcomers, a band of Yakimas, by chaining him to a tree. The Yakimas, a small scouting party, were all smiles and amiability. They had seen Sacagawea and Little Baptiste, proof to them that we came in peace. No war party ever would encumber itself with a squaw and a papoose. We smoked together, and in sign language, Druya invited them back after dark to watch our men dance. The Yakimas returned that night. 2 wore red British Army coats, and a third sported an American Navy pea jacket. These had been purchased from Indians to the west, who had originally acquired the goods from the trading ships which occasionally put into the mouth of the Columbia. Our guests watched the dancing with delight.
Say, Captain Clark, nobody's going to top Sergeant Gatt unless York gets out here. Go on, York. Give us the old Kentucky stuff.
All right, sir. I'll do it. Here we go, men. Keep that fiddle going, Mr. Kazak. Tonight, I feel like stomping.
Oh, look at him! Look at him go! I've never seen anything like it.
I was wrong about the Kentucky stuff. This is brand new. This is the Yakima stuff.
It is Ryan Seacrest here. There was a recent social media trend which consisted of flying on a plane with no music, no movies, no entertainment. But a better trend would be going to ChumbaCasino.com. It's like having a mini social casino in your pocket. Chumba Casino has over 100 online casino-style games, all absolutely free. It's the most fun you can have online and on a plane. So grab your free welcome bonus now at ChumbaCasino.com. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
The Yakimas were amazed and delighted by our music and dancing, especially York's solo turn. One of the chiefs told us in signs interspersed here and there with an English word that we would always be welcome as brothers, among the Yakimas. And we promised to visit them upon our return. On October 22nd, we approached the Celilo Falls of the Columbia. We camped above them, and Cruzat and I went to reconnoiter.
Looks bad, Captain.
Cruzat, what about that channel over there?
Too narrow, too rocky, no space to maneuver.
No, we portage then.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The men will have to be on guard, according to our two Nez Perce guides. They say the Indians in this region make their life work of stealing.
We'll close the area to them. We'll post sentries with orders to shoot all intruders.
Yes, sir. That's the only way.
The portage wasn't difficult, and we made it without losing anything to the local thieves. After we had finished, Twisted Hair and Tito Harsky, our two Nez Perce guides, came to say their goodbyes. This was as far as they could go without risking their lives, because the tribes below the falls were at war with the Nez Perce. We were warned to watch the coast Indians, who were a despicable lot. In fact, the downriver Indians, according to rumor, planned to murder us the first chance they got. We pushed on, and 2 days later reached the Dalles, the long narrows of the Columbia, which was nothing but rapids, the worst we had encountered west of the Continental Divide. That sure is rough water. I know, Sergeant, but I don't want to portage again.
I don't think there's much choice, Meriwether.
What did Cruzat say to you?
He just whistled and shook his head.
Unfriendly Indians are all around us. Look over there. There's a group on the river bank right now watching us. A portage will mean most of the men will be carrying boats and baggage and unable to defend themselves. That's when a smart chief would attack. What'd we get Cruzat over here?
Yes, sir. Cruzat, Captain wants you.
Coming. You want with me, sir?
Can you or can't you shoot these rapids?
Yeah, the water drops about 60 feet in 2 miles. That's very fast water.
You think you'd have a chance in a canoe?
Well, sir, I'd be willing to try it, but I wouldn't want anyone else to.
They wouldn't make it, is that it?
Yes, sir.
I know it's asking a lot, but could you bring down every boat?
I'll try it, sir, if that's your wish.
Cruzat spent considerable time in studying the rapids, looking at them with an expert waterman's eye. The rest of us stood by respectfully, waiting for the signal that he was ready. Finally, he took over the first of the dugouts, sitting in it as if he were the intellectual part of a strange new creature, half man, half boat. Then, expertly, even with a certain amount of indifference, he guided the canoe into the fast water. Noticing everything, even the different tones of color of the water which spoke of the nearness of submerged dangers. He battled the currents, twisted past the rocks, all at a speed that seemed incredible to me. The Indians, forgetting to steal, watched in disbelief. Disbelief changed to admiration as our expert waterman made trip after trip through those treacherous rapids. When it was over and the wet and almost exhausted Cruzat was moving toward us, the men broke out in a spontaneous cheer.
As we neared the Pacific, the weather became disagreeable, almost as disagreeable as the boatloads of ill-favored Chinook and Clatsop Indians who paddled out to look us over. Then, on November 7th, 1805, Meriwether Lewis pointed downriver.
There it is, the Pacific.
My eyesight was less keen. I couldn't see the ocean, but I could hear the pounding of the surf. The men showed little or no enthusiasm. Fog and rain were making us uncomfortable. Strong wind was whipping up the surface of the water, drenching us with spray.
I can hardly see any more, Captain.
Lay in the shore! Lay in the shore! Yeah, this is a miserable wet spot.
Captain, what'll I do for dry wood? Can't start no cooking fire here.
Hand out some dried fish, then.
Well, here it is. The Pacific.
Yes, but what's Pacific about it? Our campsite that first night was the worst anyone could remember. We knew, however, that we had to rise above present miseries. Obviously, we would winter here. We would have to establish winter quarters and be on guard against the unfriendly, thieving Kratzips and Chinooks. However, we could be proud that we were the first white men in black to cross the vast American continent.
Been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 7, To the Pacific, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Don Diamond, Cliff Holland, Eddie Firestone, Jim Bowles, and Al McKinnon. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Step into the world of power, loyalty, and luck.
I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
With family, cannolis, and spins mean everything.
Now, you wanna get mixed up in the family business.
Introducing The Godfather at ChumbaCasino.com. Test your luck in the shadowy world of The Godfather slot.
Someday, I will call upon you to do a service for me.
Play The Godfather, now at ChumbaCasino.com.
Welcome to the family.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Sure glad for this fire. Face it, only your back stays wet.
Billy, my back's been wet so long, the shirt's about to rot right off it.
Actually, Meriwether, the storm's easing off.
I hope so. You realize we've been perched on this tangle of logs for almost a week?
Captain Lewis, Captain Clark, Sergeant Gas report.
Watch your step, Gas. The tide's in.
Yes, sir. Feel the logs shift.
What did you find out about the hill behind us, Sergeant?
Well, we could go out that way, sir, but too steep to take the baggage and boats with us.
Well, then it's out of the question.
Yes, sir. Maybe Coulter, Willard, and Shannon will find something better. 24 hours they've been gone, sir. That's a good sign.
Why is it a good sign, Sergeant?
Well, if there was nothing, they'd be back by now.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Billy, when low tide comes and we can launch a boat, suppose I take 4 men and explore the north.
According to the Indians, there's a good harbor up there named Haley's Bay, after a ship captain who stops regularly to trade. Might be a good idea. I'll follow you with the entire outfit as soon as the weather clears enough for us to get out.
Hello! Coulter here!
Johnny Coulter, give him a hand, Gas.
Yes, sir.
Easy, Coulter. Gas is on the way.
Looks like trouble.
Let's hope he's here to tell us Willard and Shannon are making a new camp.
We'll soon find out.
Thanks for the help, Sergeant.
Over here, you men.
Yes, sir.
Chinook Indians are holding Willard and Shannon. They need help bad.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 8, Fort on the Columbia. November 14, 1805. The Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery had moved down the Columbia River, which forms the border between present-day Oregon and Washington. Now they were trapped by a Pacific storm in a precarious temporary camp at the mouth of the river. Cold, wet, and hungry, they faced rough weather and hostile Indians.
At Billy Clark's suggestion, 5 of the men formed a crew to take us around the point in the longest of the boats, with our expert waterman, Pierre Cruzat, at the tiller. When we left the partial protection of the spit of land which comprised the point, the heavy Pacific surf all but swamped us. I huddled amidships with my 4 picked men, George Drouillard, Joe and Rube Fields, and Bob Frazier. Cruzat and the others bent their backs to get us into Haley's Bay, a few miles ahead.
No trading ships offshore. But I can see the Chinook village, sir. Captain Lewis. Over there by those huts. A group of warriors.
They've got Willard and Shannon surrounded.
Better hurry before they kill them.
It was a small congregation of warriors, no more than 30. But to the 2 men, they must have seemed like an entire tribe. Cruzat angled the boat into shore long enough for me to disembark my 4 men. As he headed the boat back to sea, we ran toward the village and the Chinook hostiles.
Shannon, look, here they come. Our boys.
We rushed the surprised, surly-looking warriors, leveling our rifles at them. Despite odds in their favor, the Chinooks were afraid of open warfare. They did nothing when Willard jerked his rifle from the grasp of a warrior or when Shannon recovered his. I gestured at the entire band with my rifle. You miserable thieves, the next one who steals as much as a tin whistle from us is a dead man. Bang, bang, dead. Understand?
They get the idea, Captain. Most of them speak pidgin English.
I'm glad we made it in time. They didn't harm you, did they?
Just our dignity, sir.
How did they get your rifles in the first place?
Last night, we camped on a beach a couple of miles to the north. Because the Chinook village was so near, we slept on our guns. But they managed to work them right out from underneath us without waking us.
Oh, dear Captain, let us get out of here before they steal the moccasins off of our feet.
Willard, you fall in. We're reconnoitering up to Cape Disappointment, maybe a little farther. George, take Shannon, move on ahead and shoot us some supper.
Yes, sir. Shannon, let us go.
We spent almost a week exploring the coast. It was a big country, cold and forbidding and magnificent. Some of the pines were 12 to 15 feet in diameter. Great waves dashed against the beaches, and it kept on raining. During the entire time, we saw no trading vessels. We returned to find that Billy Clark had managed to leave our emergency camp with men and supplies intact. He had set up a semi-permanent base on fairly high ground. Utilizing the boards from an abandoned Chinook village nearby, the men had thrown up shelters against the continual rain.
Sorry you didn't see any traders. Life would be considerably better if we could buy some extra clothes and blankets. Stock of trade goods for the return trip.
It certainly would. How's hunting?
Skimpy, just a few underfed deer. Oh, by the way, the Chinooks tried to steal us blind until I threatened to kill their entire village.
It seems as though violence is the only language they understand.
Well, we can't have them victimizing us all winter.
We'll need stouter quarters. Something with a stockade like Fort Mandan. Billy, you'll have to take a look at the ocean for mapping observations. Why not do it now while I scout around for a new campground?
I called for volunteers to accompany me, and 10 men responded. Ordway, Pryor, Bratton, Coulter, Weiser, Labiche, Charbonneau, the Fields brothers, and York. We went overland and viewed the ocean from the high cliffs. To me, it was astonishing to see a huge surf crashing against the jagged rocks below us. The Pacific was a violent, awe-inspiring ocean, surely misnamed and not at all like the Atlantic. We spent a few days gathering data, which I would include in my maps of the mouth of the Great River. Then we started back. When we reached the camp, we found a group of Clatsop Indians who had come to trade. Meriwether was dickering for a beautiful sea otter robe worn by one of the sub-chiefs. I didn't announce my presence while he bargained, unsuccessfully at first.
Forget the white and red beads. Forget the ribbons. Forget the fishhooks. This is my last offer. My fine gold watch, $5 in silver, my army officer's dress coat with the gold facing.
The Clatsop was unimpressed. Disdainfully, he turned away and caught sight of a belt of blue beads worn by Sacagawea. Excitedly, he pointed to it, took off his robe, offered it to her in exchange for the belt. Sacagawea unfastened the belt and handed it to Meriwether Lewis.
Captain Lewis, here. I give you this belt.
It's Sacagawea. The robe he's offering you is worth a small fortune.
The belt is yours. You trade for the robe.
Meriwether quickly made the deal, donned the robe while the sub-chief glided away, eyeing the blue belt with delight. Then, belatedly, Meriwether noted my presence. He gestured at a medium-tall Clatsop man who remained aloof during the trading.
Billy, I'm glad to see you back. Meet Comowol, chief of our Clatsop neighbors. Comowol, this is Captain Clark.
I am honored, Captain Clark.
And I, Chief. I never saw anything like it. Your brave turned down Captain Lewis's watch and uniform coat, traded that fine robe for blue beads.
Blue beads are prized here. Chief beads, my people call them. They are to us like gold is to you.
Sacagawea, I appreciate what you did.
Your shirts of elk hide have many holes. You need the robe.
You should have it. Your beads bought it.
Blue beads are not cheap with me. I have a red bead belt that is better. If you will excuse me, I go to feed little Baptiste.
Thanks again, Janie.
Janie?
I'm tired of calling her by that long 5-syllable name.
You like Janie, Sacagawea?
It is good. Now I go to feed the baby.
Chief Comowol thinks we'd be better off camping south of the river.
It is higher, healthier ground. You will not be encircled by the unfriendly Chinook nation.
Then the Clatsops are friends of the white man?
Of some white men. You are friends because you are real chiefs, not like traders who cheat us and steal our pride.
When we go back next spring, we'll report to President Jefferson about that kind of trader.
I will speak of the great white chiefs among other tribes.
Comowol, you are a good friend. We will think about the South Side.
It is good. Now I go.
We will meet soon.
We will meet again.
Comowol's a man of character, the only one we've met in the Columbia country who compares with the Nez Perce of the Shoshones.
His warriors are runty little men, but they certainly can handle those canoes.
You know, Billy, I've been wondering why President Jefferson hasn't sent a Navy ship to meet us.
Our last contact was the material we sent from Fort Mandan. That was months ago. Maybe he's given us up for dead.
Hope not.
Have you discussed the site of the new camp with the men?
No, why should I?
It might help morale. Their goal was the Pacific. Wore themselves out getting to it, and now they'd like to go home, only they can't for another 4 months.
You're right, Billy. They'll all feel better if they have a voice in deciding where we spend that 4 months. Sergeant Gass, front and center.
Yes, sir.
Assemble the men. Tell Janie to feed her baby later.
Yes, sir. Janie, sir?
Sacagawea.
Oh, yes, sir. Everybody hear this? Front and center.
The vote was unanimous to make winter camp on the south side of the river. It was brought out that game and vegetable roots were more plentiful there. Also, the Indians in the south seemed friendlier, as did the weather. But for a time, stormy weather hampered our attempts to establish ourselves on the South Shore. Inevitably, the raw days brought illnesses, colds, coughs, influenza. Gibson had stomach trouble. Bratton complained of a general debility. Then a lull came in the storm. We were able to cross the river and investigate the south side. Much of it was swampy and wet, but we did find high ground not far from several Clatsop villages. From the top of a rise, we had a handsome view of the sea. Billy Clark drafted the plans for the fort, and the men began the cutting of timber on the spot.
What do you think of the plans, Meriwether?
8 cabins, each 16 by 16.
Mm-hmm.
Why 8, Billy?
Well, we need 1 each for working on our scientific notes in the journals. We'll use another for food storage, another for partial storage, and Janie, Charbonneau, and the baby. The other 4 will be for the men.
2 rows of 4 each facing the small parade ground and Flagstaff. And then the whole surrounded by a stockade. It's very good, Billy. Much better plan than Fort Mandan.
I hope so. Sergeant! Sergeant Gass!
Yes, sir.
Front and center, Sergeant. I want Gass to have a look, too.
He claims he once was an expert carpenter.
He's done a good job building our boats.
Sergeant Gass reporting, sir.
How's the lumber, Sergeant?
Finest wood I've ever seen. Why, if we'd had pine like this back home, I'd never have joined the Army.
It's a different species of pine, Sergeant.
Maybe that's it. Sir, you can split those logs perfect every time. With the axe alone, you can make a board 10 feet long and 2 feet wide that stays 1.5 inches thick all the way.
And you won't have any trouble doing a job on this. Here. Have a look at the plans.
Hey, this is real good, sir. The stockade sure ought to keep out Indians at night.
Or any other time.
If we have to, we could defend this, sir. It's going to be a right nice little fort. If I build it as good as you drew it.
Happy to be busy, the men soon cleared the area to be occupied by the fort. Tree stumps were uprooted easily by men used to muscling boats upriver by tow ropes. The work went ahead rapidly, and on Christmas Eve, 1805, the fort was ready for occupancy. We assigned quarters, moved in gear, cut wood for fires, and installed ourselves. On Christmas Day, a roof kept the rain from our heads.
How about it, Sarge? We sing pretty good.
Oh, not bad. Thanks to George Brouillard, we're having something to eat, too. 16 elk.
It is tough, stringy ale, but Charbonneau is doing the cooking, so it won't be too bad.
Every day when you log into ChumbaCasino.com, the ultimate online social casino, you get a free daily bonus. Imagine if you got daily bonuses in other parts of your life.
I chose French fries over loaded French fries.
I asked Stuart from accounting about his weekend, even though I don't care.
I updated my operating system without having to call tech support.
Collect your free daily bonus at ChumbaCasino.com now. And live the Chumba life. VGW Group. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
We're also having Ruth's Janie done, and he is stowing them in a special way.
I wish I could offer a dram to each man.
Wish you could too, sir.
No liquor, the saddest words in the language. We drank the last of it July 4th at the Great Falls.
Say, most Indian tribes have some kind of liquor they make from roots or stems or bark. If we ask Chief Como,
Oh, no, you don't, Gas. Unless you're used to those native concoctions, they're liable to kill you.
Yes, sir.
Captain Lewis, Private Broughton is sick. He asked for you to make him well.
What kind of sickness, Janie?
A great weakness. It took much from him to walk to his door and call out. I had to help him back to his blanket.
Need my help, Meriwether?
You better come along. We went to Bratton's room and examined him. It seemed to take all his strength to stand, and when he tried to walk, he collapsed. Despite this shocking debility, he had very little pain, that localized in the small of the back. We wrapped him in blankets and ordered him to sleep. Then we went outside to the parade ground, away from the celebration of Christmas, to discuss this strange malady.
Pain in the back, that could be a rheumatic illness like lumbago.
All his vertebrae felt in place, and there's certainly not enough pain to account for this terrible weakness.
If it's not a lumbar complaint, what is it? No fever, no headache, appetite normal, elimination normal.
It could be lumbar, I suppose. Something outside our experience.
Afraid to bleed him. He's too weak.
The back isn't painful enough for a poultice.
We'd better confine ourselves to observation for a day or so. Try to determine just what the progress of this disease is.
We can't do any harm to make him stay inside and give him the best of our food.
I guess we'd better go back and join the men.
How is he, Captain Lewis?
He'll need rest and food to build up his strength.
I will take him food when it is ready.
Good. See that he stays warm, Janie.
I will.
What were you saying about Bratton, sir?
A few days, he'll be all right.
After you went to look in on Bratton, sir, we got the word from Charbonneau he's winning the battle with that tough elk beef. But they had to use the last of the salt to make it edible.
The last of the salt?
Captain, me and Weiser and McNeil, we can make salt, if you'll let us go over on the coast near the salt water.
All right, I'll go with you. We'll go in the morning. We set up camp and began the work. The process was simple. Seawater was allowed to settle. Then the top was poured off and the remainder boiled until all water had evaporated and only a white crust of salt remained.
Captain, here's our first batch. Taste it.
Yes, very good. It'll make tonight's stringy deer taste good.
Is it as good as Kentucky salt, sir?
It just might be, Willard.
Captain, there's Chief Como and some of his men.
Captain Clark, good morning.
Good morning, Como Wool. May we offer you a little newly made salt?
Thank you. My people do not use it. We go to the south, to the whale.
Whale?
A big one was driven ashore by a storm. It died. We go to cut our share of blubber. If the Chinooks get there first, there will be nothing for us or anyone else.
The blubber is good to eat?
It is excellent. A delicacy like dog meat. Why not come with us?
I'll go back to the fort and get up a party.
By then, it may be too late, unless you hurry.
Well, I'll make haste. You stay now. Long enough to eat.
No, my friend. We eat dried salmon as we go. Goodbye.
A whale, huh? That'll be something to see, won't it, Captain?
You and Weiser and McNeil stay here until I get back. I'll bring men to relieve you. Then we'll go see the whale.
Yes, sir.
Now remember, don't trust the Indians.
What about Como Wolf's tribe?
Only if he's with them. When I returned to Fort Clatsop, I was challenged by a guard, Private Fraser, who was in the process of ejecting would-be Chinook traders for the night. I answered, got a crisp salute. I went to Meriwether's quarters, where he was busily working on his journal. He looked up with a smile.
How's the salt maker?
Brought back a keg. Boys are making more.
Good.
What's all this spit and polish discipline outside?
Captain Clark, I will remind you that this is the most western of all United States Army posts.
It is that.
In case you're wondering if I've turned into an old-line disciplinarian, the answer is no. We have several more sick men, and morale has deteriorated considerably in the short time you've been gone.
And you think the discipline helps?
I know it does. We have a guard, 3 walking posts, sergeant of the guard. We change it at sunrise, or what seems like sunrise in the rain. We even have a bulletin board where we post the order of the day, guard roster, any special instructions.
I notice you also put visiting Indians out of the stockade at night.
The day after you left, Drew Yar shot 10 elk and 4 deer, fairly meaty ones. Indians who stayed the night left early with all our meat.
And that day you went hungry.
Invalids and all.
Now, how's Bratton?
Well, he's fully recovered, but I can't take the credit. I don't even know what disease he had.
Well, at least he's all right. How are the journals coming?
I still have botanical and zoological material to correlate, not to mention the notes on Aboriginal cultures.
I have to get on with my geography. After I make a trip back to the coast to see if any whale blubber is available.
Whale blubber?
A whale was washed ashore south of the salt camp. Como Wolf says blubber makes very good eating.
Captain Clark, you are back.
Janie, how are you?
I was going to ask to go to the salt camp and bring back salt.
I brought some. In the morning I'm taking a detail out again to get the flesh of a whale for food.
A whale? A big fish?
Yes.
Oh, let me go with you.
You're helping here with the sick men.
I've never seen the big ocean. I had never seen a whale.
Take her along with you, Billy.
My party to the coast included Sacagawea, Charbonneau, Bratton, Werner, and Shannon. At the salt camp, we left the latter 3 and took Willard, Weiser, and McNeil with us to view the whale.
There is nothing left. Only an arch of bones.
She was right. Chinooks and a related tribe, the Killamucks, had left nothing but bones. I managed to trade them out of 300 pounds of the blubber, so that we would not return empty-handed from Fort Clatsop. As it was, we very nearly left a dead man behind. A Killamuck warrior coveted McNeil's jacket, and when McNeil would not sell it, the Killamuck lured McNeil into his tent on the pretext of giving him a special Indian food. Then we heard a Chinook damsel scream.
Captain, trouble.
McNeil, he went into the tent.
Come on, Willard. The Killamuck was about to stab McNeil on the back when we rushed in. I knocked the man down. With great agility, he rolled to his feet, ran out the rear, and disappeared into the nearby forest. We headed back to Fort Clatsop with the blubber and more salt from the camp. A good part of the way, the other men ragged McNeil for being off his guard.
The captain will tell you, around the Killamucks and the Chinooks, a stupid man is a dead man.
Captain will tell you everybody in this detail needs to be more alert. See that creek over there, Janie?
There, Captain Clark?
Yes, the little one. I hereby name it McNeil's Folly. At At Fort Clatsop, our lives settled into the winter routine. Of course, Meriwether and I used every minute to organize the information we'd collected into reports for President Jefferson. We wondered why no trading ships had put in an appearance. We spoke about it to our one trusted Indian friend, Comawol.
The chief named Delashewilt told me a ship under Captain Ewing was due.
Delashewilt also said One-Eyed Skelly was due soon. No?
I believe he did.
Delashewilt talks to be talking. My friends, I do not like to tell you, but you missed the only ship. Captain Hill and the Lydia from Boston.
Missed it? When?
While you were building the fort. The Chinooks were angry. They told Captain Hill you had been here, but left. My friends, I did not know this until it was too late.
The men from the Sol camp are back. Private Breton is sick again. They carried him all the way.
I examined Bratton and found the same baffling condition that had existed before. The mild pain in the back, the weakness which had prevented him from walking.
You say he ate well and he's sleeping. Well, that's good.
Well, no matter how much or how little he eats, it makes no difference in his condition. All we can do is hope that he pulls out of it again.
That's right. If you'll stop that pacing and come over here, you can have a look at the master map of the trip. St. Louis to the mouth of the Columbia. Now, take a look at the upper Missouri. Of course, we had no choice with no horses at the time, but we did cover a lot of unnecessary miles by staying with the river too long.
We can save a couple of months going home. We'll use horses from Traveler's Rest to the Great Falls. Just look at all that land.
Property of the United States of America.
Winter progressed into a dismal, cold, wet spring, and we pushed preparations for our return, beginning with the trip up the Columbia. We made clothing from elk skins, and as our day of departure drew nearer, we turned to the problem of the boats. Plainly, some of them were unseaworthy and would have to be replaced. Sergeant Pryor managed to acquire one of the large coastal canoes from the Clatsops by trading my gold trim officer's coat for it, but we needed one more.
Captain Clark, look at that canoe resting against the log near the water. You suppose some Indian forgot it?
You know better than that, Sergeant. But we need a canoe. Why not borrow it for a few months?
George, that's stealing.
Indians stole from us, Captain. Remember the day we went hungry? Because they stole all the game I shot?
He has a point, Meriwether. It's the Chinook canoe, and they were the ones who sent away that trading ship.
All right, Sergeant. Go ahead and load it.
Oh, with pleasure, sir.
In our need, we stole an Indian canoe and justified it by telling ourselves that one bad turn deserves another. However, without saying anything to the others, I left my $5 silver beside the log. At last, the boats were loaded. We carried the sick Bratton to a boat, then looked on Fort Clatsop with a bit of ceremonial attention. If you're ready, Captain Clark.
Sure.
Stand by.
Attention. With the authority vested in us, we hereby decommission Fort Clatsop as an active post in the United States Army. Given under our hand this 23rd day of March, 1806. Signed, Meriwether Lewis, Captain, United States Infantry, and William Clark, Captain, Corps of Discovery.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 8, Fort on the Columbia, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Helen Gerald, Bill Quinn, Ben Cooper, and Dal McKinnon. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. And now I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun. Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino style games to choose from with new games released each week. You can play for free and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
I don't remember that bluff to port, Bill. You think we ought to put it between us and the main channel?
Why not? It's an island.
I hope you're right. Otherwise, we come back and try the other side.
It's worth the gamble. Water's not near as rough here.
I wish all our boats handled as easy as this one.
This kind they won't sell. This kind you have to steal.
We didn't steal it.
We didn't?
I left $5 by the tree where we found it.
You left $5 after the way those people stole from us all winter?
I guess it was my strict upbringing. Cruzat, hold back, will you? We've run away from the other boats.
Yes, sir. Someone's catching up to us from behind.
It's a canoe like this. Indian rough water canoe.
With an Indian in it. Meriwether, he's trying to get our attention.
Looks like a Clatsop warrior. Want me to wait for him, sir?
Yes.
Oh! Oh!
You go Columbia?
Columbia east to the Shining Mountains.
Go wrong way.
Wrong way?
This not island. This finger of land. Go back. Other side the bluff, main channel.
Seems I was wrong.
We thank you very much.
Like a big sea canoe?
Very good.
Big canoe, my canoe.
You mean our canoe?
Leave 5 silver medal at 3. Take back.
That's white man's money to pay for the canoe. Show it to the next trading ship, Captain. It'll buy you a boatload of blue beads.
No want silver medal. Take back.
All right, but we need the canoe.
Canoe, my canoe.
We'll pay you anything you want. How about this fine elk skin?
Elk skin, good. Give 5.
1.
5.
No trade. When other canoes come, we give you back this canoe.
4 elk skin.
2.
2 skin. I sell.
Presap, pay him.
Here you are. 2 fine elk skins.
Now, good canoe. Your canoe. Turn round. Take main channel. Other side bluff.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now, with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 9, Homeward Bound. March 23, 1806. The Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery had left dismal Fort Clatsop at the mouth of the Columbia River and was beginning the return trip from Oregon to St. Louis. With almost no trade goods, short on essential equipment, and carrying the ailing Private Bratton, the valiant men of the expedition faced a journey that required a second arduous crossing of the Rockies and over 2,000 miles of difficult, twisting travel down the Missouri River.
That night, encamped on the river island, we stuffed ourselves with venison cooked as only Toussaint Charbonneau could cook it. Basking before a warm fire, the men were happier than I'd seen them in months.
7 fat deer. Good hunting, George.
I was lucky today, Captain.
And good cooking, Charbonneau.
Merci. It was good for a chance to have something to cook, huh?
I ran into an Indian today. He said the tribe upriver are starving.
With all those fish in the river?
Yes. You see any fish coming up river?
Well, I wasn't specially looking for them.
Salmon don't run for another month.
Just how good is the hunting here, George?
Well, it is supposed to be better on Deer Island and Wapato upstream a little further, according to that Indian.
Want to hold up a few days, Meriwether?
Might be a good idea. Send most of the party out to hunt, dry the meat, make us some jerky.
A few days is all that we need. Just to get enough meat to take us to the upland.
A little past the uplands.
We'll stay. At Wapato, if that's the best. Sergeant Gass will want an early start in the morning.
Yes, sir.
As soon as we reach the island, we'll set up drying racks for the meat. You'll be in charge of that, Charbonneau.
Yes, sir. Captain Clark, we're going to have to build fires to dry the meat in this rain.
That's right. Better get them started.
Benon, Phil, Willard, and La Biche. All right, let us take to the south side.
The rocks. Make them with side braces.
I looked across the river toward the south. The land undulated to meet the mountains we called the Cascades, some high enough to be crowned with perpetual snow. To the west, the lush lowlands lifted toward a range of coastal mountains. I could see them clearly as the rain stopped.
What's on your mind, Billy?
That South Valley. There ought to be a river draining it.
A big one, entering the Columbia.
Only we didn't see a sign of one coming west.
It could be there, hidden from us by islands. Look.
What?
Those vultures overhead. Sergeant Ordway, tell the carrying parties to stick closer to the hunters.
The vultures kept an obscene surveillance of the island, moving in the direction of each gunshot, spiraling downward with swift gracefulness. Fortunately, the killing of a number of these birds seemed to make the others more wary. They kept their distance, and the men got to the meat first. Attracted by the shots, two lean young Kashuk Indian braves heading downriver beached the canoe and, making the sign of friendship, trotted over to Meriwether Lewis at one of the fires. They were given food, and something they said as they ate brought Meriwether to me in great excitement.
Billy, your instincts are right, as usual. I guess we could say you're as good a geographer as Drew are as a hunter.
What are you...
Ryan Seacrest here. When you have a busy schedule, it's important to maximize your downtime. One of the best ways to do that is by going to ChumbaCasino.com. Chumba Casino has all your favorite social casino games like spin slots, bingo, and solitaire that you can play for free for a chance to redeem some serious prizes. So hop on to ChumbaCasino.com now and live the Chumba life. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
Getting at
Those two braves are Kashuks. They live in the valley you've been wondering about, and it is drained by a big river they call the Multnomah.
I thought so. Meriwether will be here almost a week, drying and curing the meat. Why don't I reconnoiter southward?
We could spare a half-dozen men and hire one of the Kashuks as a guide.
Gas! Sergeant Gas!
Yes, sir.
I'll go bargain with the Kashuk.
Sergeant Gas reporting.
Get 5 men who can be spared from the work. Packs for a week. We're taking a trip across the river.
Yes, sir.
We'll leave in a couple of hours.
Yes, sir.
Meriwether persuaded one of the braves to be our guide by giving him a burning glass. Shortly before noon, my party left the island in one of the large canoes. Sergeant Gass, beside the guide, relayed directions to Cruzat at the tiller. We maneuvered through a cluster of islands. I didn't realize we were actually into the Multnomah until we were several miles upstream.
Captain, no wonder we never spotted this from the north bank of the Columbia.
Good-sized river, strong current.
We passed several island villages, but did not stop because the people were Kashuks. And I was afraid that if our guide was allowed a reunion with his people, he would refuse to go any farther. Late in the day, we reached a village that featured a big double house with perhaps 100 canoes drawn up around it. Our guide explained that this was the main lodge of the Airchecks tribe. We decided to land and buy some roots and fish for supper. Little closer, Cruzat.
Yes, sir.
Touch bottom. That's it. You men out. Haul her up.
Sergeant, let's pay our respects to the chief.
Yes, sir. You stay near the boat. Watch out for thieves.
Let's go.
Well, that looks like the main entrance. I can see people inside.
Nobody's bothering to come out and welcome us.
At least nobody's pointing any weapons at us. I guess we can go in, sir.
There was a fire in the center of the lodge, and around it were grouped warriors and elders. In the deeper shadows of the place were quite a few squaws and children.
The old man in the middle, Captain. He's the chief.
I think so. I am Friend. I am one of chiefs of white men who stayed many moons on the Columbia. You have chief one who speaks white man's talk?
I speak. I Airchecks. I chief.
I am Captain Clark. I come from President Jefferson of the great American states.
We no make trade. No like white trader.
I do not trade. I need food for my men.
No food.
I buy food. Give fine skins.
No food for white man.
But I will pay well.
No food. White man, no welcome. White man, go.
What do we do, Captain? Call the men and use force?
No. Watch me. I am not white man. I am white demon. Give food or I make bad medicine. Put curse on Airchecks.
What man? Go! Oh, warrior, we'll kill!
See compass in my hand, straight needle. See, unfriendly one, when I speak name of great white father Jefferson, fire change color, go bad, explode. Needle on compass, go crazy. I call Great Spirit. Great Spirit, curse Airchecks. Fire spits. Fire green. Look at compass, oh chief. Look at needle. Spin.
Stop! Fire! Stop, needle! Stop!
You give food.
Stop! Fire! Stop! Curse! No! Stop! I give food.
Good salmon. Good roots.
Good food. All you want.
An inch of artillery fuse and a pocket magnet had turned me into a magician. Palming the magnet behind the compass had been easy. And when I pronounced the name Jefferson, I had tossed the fuse into the fire. Now, with his people moaning fearfully in the back of the lodge, the chief trembled before me, begging for me to stop the spitting green fire and the whirling compass. I held long enough for the fuse to start to burn out. Then I held up my arm.
Oh, great demon! Plenty food, good salmon, good roots.
Jefferson! The fire became normal, and with the magnet back in my pocket, the compass needle held quivering on the north. Obeying the chief, squaws rushed to get the fish and roots we needed. The food was placed in our canoe, and we pushed off, watched by a respectful, if not friendly, audience.
Cruzette, you should have seen the captain. I tell you, it was like one of them stage actor fellas back home in New England.
I wish I had. You know, Captain, you will be mentioned in Indian history as a leading demon.
We spent that day and the following one in upstream exploration. Stopping at one of the upper villages, we were given a friendly reception by an old chieftain. He drew us a map of the river from source to union with the Columbia. On the 6th day of April, Billy Clark and his party returned and regaled us with the story of their trip. The following morning, we packed the boats and headed upstream.
This is a pleasant way to travel, through pleasant country. Enjoy it while you can. A day or so and we hit the white water.
Rosette will do better along the north shore.
Yes, sir. The south gets rougher the nearer we get to the Narrows.
As we approached the first of the Cascade portages, Indian thievery grew worse and worse. The boats were safe only when manned and out on the river. Every minute in camp, our sentinels, we now kept a continuous watch, had to be alert.
Get away from that canoe!
Hello, it is Ryan, and we could all use an extra bright spot in our day, couldn't we? Just to make up for things like sitting in traffic, doing the dishes, counting your steps, you know, all the mundane stuff. That is why I'm such a big fan of Chumba Casino. Chumba Casino has all your favorite social casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere with daily bonuses. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com. That's ChumbaCasino.com.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
Wait, it's up! A fine tomahawk you got there. Oh, you don't understand, huh? That axe looks just like Johnny Coulter's tomahawk that was stolen last year. Now, come on. Give it to me. Oh, so that's the way it is. All right, we'll see. Give me that axe. Now, get out of here.
What do you know about that? Coulter's long missing axe.
Coulter, come here and get your tomahawk back.
We reached the foot of the rapids and put into shore where Indians by the dozens and half-dozens came to observe us, try to steal from us, and then sneak away. We posted guards on the boats the moment they were beached and unloaded.
White House, Willard, LePage, Collins, what's that baggage?
I led the way in reconnoitering the steep and slippery trail over the rocks of the riverbank. Men could barely negotiate it with packs. Each boat had to be dragged up the rapids by means of a tow rope manipulated by 6 to 8 men on the precipitous trail. As we moved, Indians followed closely, making mocking noises and threatening gestures.
You stay away from us. Stay away or I slit your throat.
Hey, Captain, perhaps if I shoot over their heads.
There will be no shooting, Charbonneau. Now let's keep moving. I restrained the men. The taunting savages were lucky to escape with a few kicks and cuffs. We labored mightily to beat the coming darkness and lost out. We were compelled to camp halfway through the portage. Guards stood over boats and baggage at both ends of the unfinished task. Several attempts at the baggage, foiled by our guards, kept the men from sleep. By dawn, they were all up again, refusing breakfast in their hurry to get the portage completed.
We have to fight Indians. We can't do it strung out all over the riverbank. Let's get this over.
Get the boats up. And tonight, I cook a special supper,
Despite a cold drizzle that drifted down most of the day, we sweated like men marching under a midsummer sun. Finally, the boats were arrayed neatly together and reloaded at the flat area above the rapids. I was changing the guard when I first missed my dog Scannon. I asked Cruzat about it.
I haven't seen him, sir, not since I ran an Indian away from him.
Ran an Indian away from Scannon?
Yes, sir. He had been giving Scannon food. The first couple of times Scannon growled, and the last time he wagged his tail.
Captain, these Indians are very short on the food. I think they are trying to lure Scannon to the camp kettle.
Captain! They got Scannon.
Briard, Charbonneau, Cruzat, come on. Gas, you lead the way.
Northeast, sir. Toward their village.
As we ran, I thought of what the big Newfoundland had come to mean to me and the men. He had traveled with me from Pittsburgh to St. Louis, and with the expedition from St. Louis to the Pacific. He had caught squirrels and even antelope when we needed food. He'd saved our lives a number of times, and he'd served as a valiant alert sentry. We were going to get him back unharmed if we had to fight every Indian this side of the Lolo Pass.
There they are, up ahead in the trees.
Come on, man, faster. There were probably 10 braves in the Indian band about a quarter of a mile ahead of us. They had tied a piece of rope about Scannon's neck, which compelled him to follow along, although he refused to move faster than a dignified trot. We gained on them rapidly. Half the Indians, frightened by our pursuit, simply faded away among the trees. The others stopped under our leveled rifles, dropped the leash, and made frantic, if hypocritical, gestures of friendship. Come here, Scannon. Come here, boy. You all right, boy?
Check him over real good, Captain. Make sure nothing's wrong.
He seems all right.
He better be all right. Captain, what do we do with these thieves?
Hey, Captain, killing one or two will teach the others not to interfere with us. Chavanos hit the right idea, sir. Just give me the word.
If he did that, we'd be risking war with their entire nation. We'll let him go. We'll be glad we got Scannon back.
But, Captain...
That's an order.
Yes, sir. All right, get!
Back at our camp, I discussed this last outrage with Billy Clark, and we agreed that we'd taken enough abuse from the Indians. We summoned the local chieftains to a council and told them bluntly that we intended to kill the next thief who invaded our camp. The chiefs protested that what happened had been the work of a malcontent group, men who had once suffered at the hands of white traders. Solemnly, the chiefs promised to control their people. On April 14, we reached Celilo. The falls were even more formidable than I remembered. With Cruzat, Billy and I reconnoitered possible portage routes.
Spring thaws put a lot more fast water in the river than last winter, sir. There's no way to avoid long portages.
It's ironic. We need horses, yet we have plenty of horses up in the Nez Perce country.
Cruzat, going upstream from here, how much can we use canoes?
Well, probably more than you think we can, sir. But those extra long portages are going to waste time. If we can get any horses at all to tote baggage, we'd be better off on shore.
I thought so.
Right now, I'd give $100 in gold for a few pounds of blue beads. We'd get horses in a hurry.
Billy, you're pretty good at trading. If you took all the trade goods we have left and went on ahead, you think you could get us 8 or 10 pack animals?
I can try.
I'll bring the boats up as fast as I can. You bring me horses, and we'll put them right to work. We'll take the unloaded spare canoes and trade them to the people farther upriver for additional horses.
Good. I want Gaz, Charbonneau, and Willard. We'll leave first thing in the morning. The next morning, I set out to do some horse trading with the upriver people. Most of them didn't like us and seemed to take pleasure in pretending they were going to trade and then changing their minds at the last minute. We spent night after night in cold, dirty huts that were infested with vermin. We slept without blankets, hanging onto our rifles, and most of the time we were hungry. The men were able to subsist on Indian dog meat, but I couldn't take that. I stuck to boiled wapato roots. Maybe this outrageous diet had something to do with it, I don't know, but we soon reached a point of rebellion.
The mice, they run up and down my body all night long. Captain, shoot me for insubordination if you will, but I will not spend another night in those foul huts.
I thought all the mice were after me. No, Charbonneau, no more dirty huts. We're going to get a decision today or stop trying. Now, there are 2 villages a few miles ahead. Gas and I will take one, you and Willard the other.
Whatever you say, Captain.
With the aid of Sergeant Gas, I divided the trade goods into what I thought were attractive assortments. When Gas and I reached our village, we smoked a pipe with the chief, then laid out our trade goods in front of his teepee. Let it be known that we wanted horses. For the best animals, they wanted more goods than we could possibly give. But by the end of the day, we managed to acquire 3 fair-looking horses. Afraid the Indians would change their minds, we quit the village, retraced our steps a few miles, and waited for Charbonneau and Willard just beyond their village. Presently they came toward us, leading a beautiful mare that would have done any show ring in Virginia proud.
I see you got 3, Captain. I hope they don't fall down dead when we put baggage on their backs, huh?
That one of yours is a beauty.
Our 3 swaybacks will carry more than she will.
Did you actually trade for her, Charbonneau?
You mean did I steal her, sir? No, sir. I would have, but they were watching, so I had to trade.
How much did you pay?
My ermine coat, 10 elk's teeth, and my shirt.
But you're wearing a shirt.
Oh, I mean the new one that Sacagawea made for me at Fort Clatsop. Captain, I have the feeling I'm no horse trader. As fine a horse as this is, I have paid too much for her.
We decided to extend our horse trading expedition another 2 days. Again, we separated and met at the close of the 2-day interval. Gass and I had 4 more horses, pretty poor specimens, but the best we could find. Then Willard and Charbonneau arrived. They brought in another quality mare, almost as fine an animal as the first one Charbonneau had acquired. Charbonneau himself was naked from the waist up.
Look at Charbonneau, Captain. Look at him. They got his last shirt.
I told you I was a puss.
Oh, I have a spare shirt. I'll loan you.
Merci, Capitaine.
By the end of the month of April, we had reached the point where our canoes were of no further use to us. Billy's horse trading expedition had brought us only a minimum of horses, and some of them had run away or had been stolen. We needed a few more to carry our baggage into friendly country. Now sneering savages stood about our camp enjoying our predicament. Billy and I offered them our canoes for 3 more horses, but they refused.
They think we will have to leave the canoe behind, sir. Then they would get them for nothing.
What's for supper tonight, Charbonneau?
Deer, sir.
What's supper got to do with trading canoes for horses?
A lot, Meriwether. Those Indians are still hanging around watching. Well, let's give them something to watch. George, chop up one of the dugouts for firewood.
What, sir?
I understand. Very good, Billy.
Yeah. Oh, I understand too, sir.
Crozat, hand me that axe.
Indians watched stolidly at first, but as Brouillard started on the second of the dugouts, they began wailing in protest. Then one of them led a horse forward and offered to trade the animal for a canoe. George stopped his axe work. We got the absolute minimum of horses we needed to continue our journey.
Indian war party ahead. Halt! Halt!
Hey, they are coming fast.
Captain, I think they are Walla Wallas. That's Chief Yellop leading them.
Captain! Friends, welcome!
We're glad to see you, Chief Yellop.
We are happy to be back among your people.
Oh, we too are happy. Tonight we will feast. Big feast for you and your men.
You are a good friend, but we have a problem we must solve. We must cross the winding Walla Walla River ahead.
Oh, yes. In the morning I will find rafts. Big dugouts. You will cross when you are rested. Come now. It is time for friendship.
We smoked the pipe with Yellop and his sub-chiefs, then relaxed before a fire with plenty of good meat before us. Billy, the chief, and I talked of many things. Of our trip to the ocean and our trip back, and of the long miles that lay ahead. And the men also relaxed in this atmosphere of hospitality. Then out came Crozet's violin, and the men put on a stomping contest for their Walla Walla friends. Morale was high. Once more we were sure of reaching our destination, home.
been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 9, Homeward Bound, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Sebastian Cabot, Carl Swenson, Don Diamond, Bill Quinn, Dal McKinnon, and Paul Conrad. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest. Life comes at you fast, which is why it's important to find some time to relax. A little you time. Enter Chumba Casino. With no download required, you can jump on anytime, anywhere for the chance to redeem some serious prizes. So treat yourself with Chumba Casino and play over 100 online casino-style games, all for free. Go to ChumbaCasino.com to collect your free welcome bonus. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
I made sign talk with the river people about food. They don't have any to spare, not even to sell.
At least we'll have quamash roots to eat. Janie went out to dig some.
Roots are all right temporarily, but the men can't go without meat very long and keep up their strength. If Gruyere and the hunters come in empty-handed again, why not kill one of our horses? The poorest one.
Really, the way it is, all of us except Bratton will have to walk over the Lolo Pass. We have just enough horses to tote the baggage.
We could all ride if we could bring Chief Twisted Hair to an accounting. Last fall, we left 30 good horses with him. Do you realize that?
Tell me, Billy, how do you bring a man to an accounting when he deliberately avoids you?
Captain Clark? Thought you ought to know, sir. There's a score of Nez Perce heading this way.
Who's leading them? Twisted Hair, Cut Nose?
No chiefs, sir. Just a couple of braves, mostly squaws, children, and old people.
Wonder what they want.
Remember me?
Wait a minute. Let me think.
I Kamkamish, warrior. You fix leg. You pull heart straighten out. Give stinging water to rub on.
Of course. Now I remember. Last fall. You're the one who learned white man's talk from traders down the Columbia, yes.
It's good. Kamkamish, tell everybody how you make him well. You great medicine man. These people, all sick, all come to be cured. Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 10, Decision at Traveler's Rest. May 8, 1806. The Lewis and Clark expedition, after a relatively easy trip from the Walla Walla country in southeastern Washington, was encamped on the banks of the Clearwater River in Nez Perce country, not far from what is now the city of Lewiston, Idaho. Ahead were the formidable Rockies. The crossing would be through the Lolo Pass, where there was never food for man or beast, even in the summer. Now the pass was choked with snow. If nature was kind and permitted the rigorous 3-day passage within the month, Lewis and Clark would reach St. Louis this year. If nature chose to be unkind and delayed them 2 months. But neither captain wanted to think about that possibility.
The Indians looked at Billy as if he were a miracle worker and prepared to display their ills. He got out his medicines and his instruments.
Meriwether, you know more about doctoring than I do. You ought to be doing this.
They put their faith in you, Billy.
Stand by, anyhow. I might need a consultant.
I'll give you one piece of advice right now. We're out of trade goods. We can't buy any necessaries from these people, not unless they pay you for doctoring.
I'll remember. Kamkamish, who's first?
This squaw, the wife of War Chief, has great pain in back.
Tell her husband we are poor in food and poor in horses. Tell him we will welcome any payment he can make.
The squaw had a severe abscess which Billy lanced, drained, and dressed. The easing of pressure gave her almost immediate relief, and her grateful husband promised to bring us a horse in the morning. Except for a girl with a broken forearm, the other complaints were minor. Sore eyes, strained muscles, constipation. Billy treated these from 3 bottles: eye wash, horse liniment, and Dr. Rush's purgative pills. At last he finished. Kamkamish herded the patients away just as George Druyar and the hunters returned with 3 deer. What, Billy? 3 deer?
Well, things are improving. Now, if we could only get our horses from Twisted Hair, we'd be in good shape.
No time like right now.
Now? Or what can you do now?
I have an idea. Would you find Kamkamish for me?
There's what over there? Kamkamish! Come here.
George, you came in past Twisted Hair's camp?
Yes, sir. He is there. He is sulking in his lodge.
I want you to go back. Ask him to visit us tonight. We'll smoke the pipe, eat together, talk.
Captain Clark, you want Kamkamish?
Yes. Captain Lewis and I want you to stay. Be our interpreter. Big powwow tonight with Twisted Hair.
George, after you visit Twisted Hair, go on to Chief Cutnose. Invite him here to smoke and eat and talk.
Twisted Hair and Cutnose? Both of them?
Both of them.
Charbonneau and York set about cooking the venison. Jenny brought in as many pomace roots as she could carry. She put the roots into pots of water suspended over one of the fires. The minutes of waiting compounded into an hour. Meriwether grew restive. What had happened to George Druyar and the Nez Perce chiefs?
George could have made the round trip twice by now. I hope he didn't run into trouble.
Captain Lewis, Charbonneau says supper's about ready to eat.
Go ahead and feed the men, but save enough venison and roots for us and Drew Yar and our guests.
Yes, sir.
Tell Charbonneau to keep our portions warm.
Right, sir.
All right, I'll keep the portions warm.
Well, there's somebody.
Twisted Hair. All by himself?
It means George is with Cutnose. Kamkamish.
Here, Captain Lewis. I'm ready.
Welcome, Chief of the Nez Perce. Welcome, Twisted Hair.
We passed the pipe back and forth, and then sat down before Charbonneau's always excellent cooking. As he ate, Twisted Hair smiled happily and made the sign of friendship repeatedly. Then he turned to Kamkamish and spoke in Nez Perce.
Captain Lewis, Twisted Hair say he happy to see white friends. White man's food, good. White man's tobacco, good. White men, Nez Perce, friends.
Ask him if his quarrel with Chief Cutnose concerns us.
Kamkamish spoke to Twisted Hair. The chief listened, frowned, and replied with some heat. Kamkamish nodded soberly and turned to Merriweather.
Quarrel about white men's horses, over honor of guarding them, over use of them. Chief Broken Arm and Chief Cutnose, each allowed to share care and use. Cutnose not careful, his young men scatter horses all over nation.
Tell him the horses must be rounded up fast. Ask about the saddles we cached here last fall.
Kamkamish relayed the statement to Twisted Hair. The Nez Perce chief spoke rapidly, with a great sincerity evident in his manner. Kamkamish listened carefully, considering how to put this torrent of words into his limited English. Then he spoke.
Captain, Chief Twisted Hair, give word he get horses back. In cash, ground fall on saddles. Twisted Hair save. He put in new dry hold.
Then George Druriar rode in with Chief Cutnose. They dismounted and came over to the fire.
Welcome, Chief Cutnose. Sit down, both of you. Smoke with us. Eat.
Cutnose glared at Twisted Hair, waved aside the peace pipe offered by Druriar, and grabbed up some venison. He ate voraciously, pausing now and then to spit out Nez Perce words, which sounded like curses.
Captain Clark, Captain Lewis, Cutnose say he true friend to whites, but Twisted Hair is bad, a man of two faces. He let young braves spoil white man's horses by hard riding. Braves would kill horses, but Cutnose say.
Kamkamish, tell Cutnose I am sad. He and Twisted Hair are quarreling. Captain Clark is sad. We want our friends to be friends of each other. We know that as brothers they can do anything. Together they will find our horses. Let them make their white friends happy. Let them smoke together.
Both the chiefs responded to Merriweather's plea. Cutnose put aside his food long enough to take the pipe from George. He smoked and passed it on to Twisted Hair. He smoked. All was well, except we still didn't have our horses.
Billy's fears about the horses turned out to be groundless. Twisted Hair and Cutnose were honest men. We visited them in turn the very next day and got back our saddles and 21 of the horses in good condition. Their braves helped round up the remaining animals during the next few days, until we lacked only 2. The 2 horses taken by old Toby and his sons as a fee for guiding us over the mountains last fall. Then a messenger arrived from the great chief of all the Nez Perce, the Broken Arm.
He say, you come his village. All Nez Perce people send chiefs and warriors there to welcome great white captains.
On May 10th, we reached the Broken Arms village and were pleased to see that over it flew the American flag we had given him last fall. The village was on high ground with a fine view of the still impassable Rocky Mountains. Representatives from all 7 Nez Perce tribes were there.
It was our chance to speak out for the policy of peace and friendship Thomas Jefferson wanted the Indians to adopt.
My friends, we have smoked the pipe together. we have pledged ourselves to live in peace and harmony with each other. This is the policy of the great Chief Thomas Jefferson of the 17 states of America, whence I come. Let me draw you a picture on the earth before your feet of this great nation to which I belong, and how it relates to you and other Western peoples.
While his words were translated into the Nez Perce tongue, Meriwether took up a stick, drew a map on the ground, and made the sign for all to look at.
Look, my friends, here, all this great area, this is the United States. Here is the big river Mississippi and the big river Missouri. Here live the Nez Perce and their immediate neighbors, the Shoshones, the Blackfeet, Minnetarees, Pawnees. All of you are under the protection of the great Thomas Jefferson, just as each of the 17 states is protected by him. We must all keep the peace. When Blackfoot or Minnetare lifts his lance against Shoshone or Nez Perce, it is an affront to great Chief Jefferson. It is an affront to all who want the good life. Only in time of peace can traders come among you and bring you white man's goods to make your lives easier and richer and better. Now, so I may tell the great President Jefferson of the intent of his Nez Perce friends, I ask you to tell me whether you want to fight with your neighbors or live with them as brothers. I ask you to vote either for war or for peace.
The voting procedure, set up by order of Great Chief the Broken Arm, was unique and followed Nez Perce tradition. To signify approval, the braves helped themselves to food from the tribal kettle. To show disapproval, they stood aloof. The approvals far outnumbered the disapprovals.
It is good. The vote is for peace. The Broken Arm informed us after the big powwow that his scouts had reported snows in the Lolo Pass were still so deep we could not go through. We would have to wait several weeks, and we might as well spend the time in comfort. A commodious deerskin lodge would be provided for Billy and me. The level of the nearby river, checked daily, would be an accurate gauge of how fast the mountain snows were thawing. And we were free to kill as many of the Broken Arm's numerous horse herd as we might need for food. We also learned, after we accepted his hospitality, that word of Billy Clark's medical prowess had reached the area. The sick lined up each morning for treatment.
Well, another group gone away happy, sir. And they all paid in food.
That's the way it is, Ordway. Feast or famine.
You know, you'd make a pretty good country doctor even back home, Captain.
Nonsense. If I were any good, I'd be able to cure Private Bratton.
Yeah, poor Private Bratton.
Did I hear somebody mention Bratton?
Yes, I've got to look in on him.
I just did. If anything, he's weaker.
Then that salve I gave him last week hasn't helped.
Pine resin, beeswax, and bear oil, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, all it did was give him a rancid smell. Bratton says Johnny Shields has been talking to him about an Indian sweat bath cure.
Indian sweat bath? It'd kill him.
Maybe not.
Every day when you log in to ChumbaCasino.com, the ultimate online social casino, you get a free daily bonus. Imagine if you got daily bonuses in other parts of your life.
I chose French fries over loaded French fries.
I asked Stuart from accounting about his weekend, even though I don't care.
I updated my operating system without having to call tech support.
Collect your free daily bonus at ChumbaCasino.com now. And live the Chumba life.
VGW Group. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year, too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get Get 100 off a cocktail maker when you spend 400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
We'll die anyway in the Lolo Pass. Billy, why don't we ask him?
Might as well.
Bratton was under a canvas lean-to, stretched out on a couch of pine boughs. He didn't look bad lying there. His color and flesh were good, but when he tried to stand, he collapsed.
I don't know what it is, sir. Ain't much pain except a small on my back.
You think you can sit up for maybe an hour?
Well, I can try, sir. Why?
Captain Clark and I want to give you an Indian sweat bath.
Johnny Shields was talking about it. You sure it'll cure me?
I'm not sure at all.
It's your last chance, Bratton.
Well, I guess a long chance is better than no chance at all.
Johnny Shields and Drew Yar helped Sergeant Ordway dig a hole in a clear area along the riverbank. That's deep enough, wouldn't you say, Billy?
4 feet deep, 4 foot square, sir.
That's about right, Sergeant Ordway. Build a fire on the bottom.
Yes, sir.
When it get good and hot, in you go, Bratton. And then you can make your own steam, throwing water on the sides of the hole.
You're telling me it'll be that hot? Well, you'll cook me like a side of beef.
No, we won't. Captain, he ought to have something to drink while he's down there.
Suppose you make him some hot mint tea.
Hot? That's what the captain said.
When the hole was hot enough, Shields shoveled out the fire. We built a rock seat about a foot off the bottom, and it was ready. I looked around. Ringing us were about 30 Indians. I decided to ignore them.
Got the water for steam, Ordway?
Yes, sir. Here goes.
Mint tea?
Right here, sir.
Now, when he's in, cover the top with blankets.
You sure you want to go in there, Bratton?
No, I ain't sure at all.
They're not forcing you.
Do what great Dr. Chief say. Go in. Get well.
Hey, come on, Bratton. Hey, you don't want to disappoint the audience.
Oh, to the devil with the audience.
Oh, get in there. Sweat it out.
Well, I guess so. Well, all right, I'm ready.
You'll be all right, Bratton.
Water on the bottom and sides, Ordway?
Water on the bottom and sides, sir.
For supper, the roast Bratton.
Shields and Ordway carefully lowered Bratton into the steaming hole. Quickly, we covered the top with blankets, lifting them partially now and then to provide Bratton with more tea or more water to make steam. Soon, he was all but obscured by a misty cloud.
How are you doing, Bratton?
I can't stand much more.
It's pretty hot down there, Captain.
Good. You think I should take him out, Meriwether?
You're the doctor, Billy. I had no first-hand experience with this kind of thing.
Neither have I. Ordway, you know the procedure to get him out?
Yes, sir. Me and Shields lift him. Then we run him to the river and throw him in.
Well, then get him back fast and into the hole again.
All set, sir.
Shields?
Ready, sir.
All right, take him out.
Lifted him out and ran with him toward the river. No sooner had they thrown him in than they were pulling him out.
All right, men, quick, back in the sweat hole with him.
Oh, just let me die, will you? Let me die.
Come on now, you can't quit.
We let him sweat for another half hour or so, threw him in the water again, and then put him back in the sweat hole. When we took him out the final time, we wrapped him in blankets and cooled him off gradually. The next day, Bratton began improving, and in a week he could walk with no trouble. We tried the same treatment on a paralyzed sub-chief the trusting Comcomish had brought to us. It cured him, too. And from then on, Chief the Broken Arm began to urge us to settle down permanently with his people.
Comcomish, just what did he say about guides?
You will have guides when snow melts. But why you go? You and Nez Perce, brothers.
We moved our camp farther into the uplands and made as many preparations as we could for the forced march across the pass. Johnny Shields, with the convalescent Bratton to help, overhauled the firearms of the expedition, but the rest of the men were not so fortunate. Without jobs, they did little more than cast amorous eyes at the more attractive of the Nez Perce women.
Meriwether, they're looking like troops from old Fort Clatsop.
We'll never get across the mountains with men who don't care.
They need something to keep them busy.
Remember how they were racing horses with the Indians at Twisted Hare's village?
That's a good idea.
Better yet, let's have some foot races. Burn up their energy.
And get all kinds of games going.
We held regular games with the Indians, and we didn't try to keep the men from betting on the outcome of these races, even if they occasionally lost an essential item like a hatchet or a knife. The most significant race of all to Billy and me was a sprint, which Private Bill Bratton entered. Several of the men, including Shields and Ordway, felt that he was not ready to pit himself against half a dozen of the fastest Nez Perce runners. Bratton, however, insisted, and when the runners towed the starting line with Shields to send them off, Bratton was there.
Ready? Set! Go get up! Go on, Billy!
Bratton got off to a poor start, but he dug in hard and made up ground on the swift Indians. He passed several, one of whom tried to slow him down with a turning of elbow. But he got by and crossed the finish line a couple of strides behind the leaders in third place.
Bratton, that's fine. Fine, boy. How do you feel?
Good, sir. Real good.
Guess you're cured, Bill. I guess you might even be ready for that Lolo Pass.
Billy Clark and I kept daily watch on the water level in the river, which rose much too slowly for us. Obviously, it was a late winter, the one eventuality that could defeat our attempt to reach St. Louis before the end of the year 1806. On the 10th of June, we moved still nearer the mountains.
We need another talk with the broken arm about guides.
Yes, we do. Remind him of his promise.
Well, send Drouillard to talk to him in sign language.
Why not Comcomish and Nez Perce?
I'm afraid he's biased. He wants us to stay.
This time, with the exception of George Drouillard, we sent out all our hunters to bring in as much meat as possible. George left for the camp of Chief the Broken Arm. Half a day, and George reported back to us, grim and unsmiling.
Sorry, no guides. The chief say he is not letting us die up there in the snowdrifts.
Did you tell him we meant to leave? Guides or no guides?
Yes, sir. He thought I was bluffing.
A few weeks' delay here means another winter will catch us in this upper Missouri country.
We were over the Lolo Pass once, George. You were with the leaders then.
With the Indian guys, sir.
You helped blaze trail. You ought to be able to lead us back, with what I can remember and what Captain Clark remembers.
If you say so, sir, I try.
150 miles with no horse fodder. We'll have to try to make it in 3 days.
We started into the mountains on the 15th of June, 1806. By evening, we had pushed to an elevation of almost a mile. Fortunately, the snow was hard-packed and crusted with ice. As long as the horses kept their feet, travel wasn't particularly difficult. That night, with a knife-edged wind slicing at us from the heights, was the coldest I can remember. We were up early and pressed on in the gray dawn.
Doesn't look familiar.
Sure doesn't.
Those horses don't look happy.
Morning, sirs.
How does it look up front?
Not familiar. To speak out, sir. I'm not sure where we are heading.
How about the tree blazes?
Buried under maybe 4 feet of the snow. I can take a chance if you make it in order, but I rather not. I make a wrong guess, and I kill over 30 people and 60 horses.
And you don't want that hanging over your head.
No, sir.
We have to get across.
If we try again, maybe we can force the Nez Perce to give us a guide. Perhaps talk to somebody else. Twisted Air, Cut Nose.
It'll cost us at least 2 days, maybe more.
We can leave the baggage here. Backtrack with only men and horses.
I guess it's the only way. Let's get started.
Ordway! Gas! Fire!
We stored our baggage and reserve food under tarpaulins along the snowy trail. Here, in this wild and nearly lifeless area, these precious goods would be safe. Drouillard, meanwhile, hurried back to talk to Chief Cutnose about guides. Our retreat was marred by accidents. Coulter lost his blanket. John Potts was badly cut, and I was hard put to stop the bleeding. We lost 4 horses and a mule, and the hunters ranging the lower altitudes only got 2 deer during a span of 5 days. Then, while our horses grazed near our old campgrounds, George Drouillard at last appeared, this time with a broad smile on his face.
Drouillard!
You look like good news, George.
Sir, I got 3 guides. One of them is a brother of Chief Cutnose.
Excellent.
What did it cost?
Only 2 rifles and some shot.
Where are they?
Coming up the trail, sir.
On the 24th of June, we left again for the Lolo Pass, this time led by the 3 young Nez Perce braves.
Fortune favored the rest of the passage. It was very cold. The horses went with empty bellies. But on the 29th day of June, 1806, we started down the eastern slope of the mountains.
The snow runs out about a mile ahead, according to the guide, sir. There's plenty of grass for the horses.
Overnight, stop by the forge, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
The following day, after luxuriating in the wonderful warm waters of the Lolo Springs, we moved on to Traveler's Rest, where we had camped on the trip west. The hunters brought in several deer. That night, the men, bodies cleansed in the springs, stomachs full of good fare, were happy and relaxed. It was time to bring up a subject that Meriwether and I had discussed time and again since Fort Clatsop.
We made it just in time. We should reach St. Louis before the year's out.
Missouri Currents will be with us most of the way.
No poling, no towing, no prickly pear.
Not as much, let's say.
Nothing will be real good after we leave Shoshone country.
I hate to interrupt this optimistic talk, but you all must remember we had a bad time of it in this very country last summer and fall. Mainly because we didn't know enough about it. And we still don't.
What Captain Clark is trying to say is we'll have to split up the Corps of Discovery a good part of the way home.
In Blackfoot country, sir? Them and the Minotaurs might jump smaller groups of men.
We'll have to take that chance.
Back at Fort Clatsop, when I made up the master map, I could see the blank spaces that we fill only by actual exploration. Well, that's what this amounts to, filling in the blanks.
Gash, you'll go with me and we'll take 8 men. We'll go directly to the Missouri, where 3 men will make trucks for the portage around the Great Falls. With the others, I'll explore Marias River.
Ordway, you'll go with me up the Bitterroot Valley, over the divide, then to 3 Forks. There, you'll take 9 men down the Missouri to meet up with Captain Lewis, while I take the rest of the party, explore the Yellowstone River. We should all meet where the Yellowstone joins the Missouri.
All I can say is I hope the Indians have hibernated.
After the men had gone silently and glumly to their bedrolls, Billy Clark and I sat by the fire, a map spread between us.
I know the men are depressed.
Because they've endured so much together.
It can't be helped. There's no time to cover all this country in one body.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 10, Decision at Traveler's Rest, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Eddie Firestone, Jim Bowles, and Clark Gordon. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It is Ryan Seacrest here. There was a recent social media trend which consisted of flying on a plane with no music, no movies, no entertainment. But a better trend would be going to ChumbaCasino.com. It's like having a mini social casino in your pocket. Chumba Casino has over 100 online casino-style games, all absolutely free. It's the most fun you can have online and on a plane. So grab your free welcome bonus now at ChumbaCasino.com. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Halt the troops, Sergeant Ordway.
Yes, sir. Troop! Halt! Troop! Halt!
Now, this is a rest stop. Take half an hour. Ordway, get my map case. Bring Pryor back with you.
Yes, sir.
Captain, this rapid pace is not good on the feet of one-shot horse.
And hard on the riders, Charbonneau, but there's no help for it. We're short on time.
But soon we enter the Lemhi country. We will have to slow down or kill off the horses.
Wonder if we can't avoid the Lemhi Pass this time. Take a tip from the buffalo. The trails seem to run to the southeast.
That is good, sir. Only yesterday, Sacagawea was saying we should follow the buffalo.
Janie said that? How does she know?
As a young maiden, she came here often with her people to dig roots. She knows this country.
Where is she?
With the baby. The rapid riders have set him in the stomach. Sacagawea makes him a more comfortable listener.
Suppose you do that. Send her to me.
Yes, sir.
The chart, sir.
Pryor reporting, sir.
Yes. Now, both of you take a look at this map. We're right about here, 2 days south from Traveler's Rest. Almost to where East Fork Creek cuts into the Bitterroot River.
We camped here last fall. We were saying then that the worst was over, only it wasn't.
Captain Clark, if we're going to make it through the Lemhi country, we better rest the horses longer than half an hour.
You wish to see me, Captain?
Well, how's little Pompey? You need something to settle his stomach?
He's sleeping. He will be all right.
Charbonneau says you know this country.
Well, here I've found the roots that taste like your carrot.
Now, look at this map, Janie. If we keep on south, we'll have to travel two sides of a triangle.
Triangle? What is a triangle, sir?
A figure with three sides. Look, south from here to where we came out of the pass last year. That's one side.
One side.
Now we turn due east through the pass to the cache at the headwaters of the Jefferson. That's the second side.
Oh, now I understand. It is shorter if you go this way, the third side.
What kind of a trail is it, Janie? Is it difficult?
Oh, it is very pretty. The buffalo always choose easy trails.
Good, good. There's shallow water just ahead if my memory serves. We'll ford the river and take the next buffalo trail bearing to the southeast.
There is much peril, Captain. The southeast goes into Crow country. The Crow people like to steal. They like to kill.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves. July 5, 1806. William Clark, with two-thirds of the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery, moved toward the headwaters of the Jefferson River in what is now southwestern Montana. His partner, Meriwether Lewis, led the rest of the Corps into northern Montana to explore Marias River. Clark would follow the Jefferson to Three Forks, where Sergeant Ordway would take 9 men down the Missouri to the Great Falls, where he would make a portage, then meet Lewis at the union of the Missouri and the Marias. The combined party would move on to where the Missouri met the Yellowstone, on the border between present-day Montana and North Dakota. Clark, meanwhile, would go east to the Yellowstone and follow its curving course to that common point of rendezvous, the Yellowstone and Missouri. Essentially, Lewis was making a semicircle to the northeast, Clark to the southeast, and Sergeant Ordway in between. All three, in acquiring vital geographical information, were risking their lives by traveling in groups so small that they invited attack by hostile Indians.
If we rode with danger, we also rode with beauty. The country that required constant alertness also displayed gently rolling hills covered with the bright bloom of wildflowers and small plains areas that looked like parklands. Every forested glade we passed could have been a hiding place for savages, planning our extermination.
Captain, I was figuring we're about half a day from the cache. You want me to take out a hunting partner and get us some meat and set up camp there?
What's your hurry, Ordway?
Oh, no hurry, sir.
Could it be you remember that cache has tobacco in it?
I admit it, sir. I'm dying for a chaw. Except for a whiff or two on a peace pipe, not a man jack of us had tobacco for 6 months.
Go ahead. Take Shannon, Willard, and York with you. Keep a sharp eye out for hostiles.
Yes, sir.
We pushed on, moving at a slow pace to save the horses. Something would have to be done about resting them and then protecting their hoofs against the prickly pear they would soon encounter. I had seen Indian ponies wearing overshoes made of buffalo hide. Perhaps if Ordway and the hunters were lucky enough to bring in buffalo, we could make shoes for our suffering animals. Along toward the end of the day, we reached our destination, the cache. 2 buffalo were cooking over the fires, and our canoes of last year had been recovered.
Over here, Captain Clark. Over here, sir.
Halt! Halt! Let's get those horses unloaded.
Canoes are in fair shape, sir. A little work and they'll be ready.
All right. Windsor, Charbonneau, take the first watch. Ordway, get a shovel. We'll take a look at that cache.
Yes, sir. Follow me, Captain.
Slowly, Sergeant, slowly.
Excuse me for being in a hurry, sir. But all day I've been thinking how good it'll be to have my face filled with some good old Virginia.
Well, don't hope too much. Perhaps the water got in and spoiled it all.
Oh, don't say that, sir. Well, here we are, sir. You really think it'll be spoiled? This is high ground, sir.
Now save your breath and dig. I didn't tell him that I was as interested as he was in the tobacco. I let him dig, watching how carefully he exposed the contents of the hole, protected by a layer of pine boughs and a heavy tarpaulin. I had Private Gibson get in the hole and pass out the stored articles. Out came notes and specimens carefully wrapped, lead canisters of powder, spare tools.
All looks to be in fair shape, sir. Say, what's this? Tobacco?
Well, now, Sergeant, I imagine it is. Except for men on watch, all tobacco users, front and center.
Here we go. Look out. Now, don't shove. Hey, York, get your big foot off the line.
Keep your feet out of the way, boy. Stop trying to make footprints for me.
We make prints for you. Only an elephant can do that.
All right, line up. Stop shoving, Shannon.
Who's shoving, Sergeant?
Quiet, listen. Now listen.
All right, quiet.
This is the way it'll be with the tobacco. 2 feet to each man, including Captain Lewis's detail when we meet him. After, we put aside 1/3 for trading goods.
Want me to start cutting it, sir?
Pryor's steadier with a knife. You hand it out.
Yes, sir.
Some of the men bit off chaws the moment they received their tobacco. Others waited until after the evening meal, as I did. I filled my pipe, took a long pull, and was so dizzy I could hardly sit up.
What's the matter, Captain? Dizzy?
I'm not used to smoking anymore.
Everybody in camp's dizzy with it.
Maybe I'll put mine aside for now. Gotta have somebody in camp with his wits about him.
Yes, I thought of that, sir. No tobacco to the guards.
I sat back and watched the fire. I felt nervous, despite the fact that the horses seemed all right. The guards were alert, capable. Then I realized that in the morning I faced the necessity of dividing my command, even before Ordway took his party down the Missouri. Meriwether Lewis had helped plan that, just as he had everything else we'd done in over 2 years. Until now, we had shared all responsibilities. Now, I would have to bear it alone. Sergeant Pryor.
Yes, sir?
As soon as Ordway and Cruzat get through with minor repairs in the morning, I'll be taking the canoes downriver. Besides yourself, who are the best horse handlers in camp?
Oh, Shannon for one, and Windsor's good.
All right, take them and Hall and Willard. Drive the horses to 3 forks where the Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin rivers come together to form the Missouri. You understand?
Yes, sir. 3 forks.
I'll meet you there with the boats in 3 to 4 days. We were on the river again. But it didn't seem the same river we had traveled before by oar, pole, tow rope. Now we glided effortlessly and rapidly with the current. In the space of a single day, we swept by 6 previous campsites. And 3 days after we had taken to the boats, we neared the 3 forks.
Smoke up ahead, Captain.
So I see. We'll approach with caution.
It is white man's fire, Captain.
Yeah, there's too much size for the Indian fire, huh?
Put the telescope on it, sir.
Mm-hmm. It's Pryor and the men. Yeah, they're cooking supper.
Oh, we're right on time.
I can see some of the horses. Lay into shore, Ordway.
Yes, sir.
They beached the boats and got out to face a grinning Pryor and his detail. 6 deer were cooking over as many fires.
Well, what took you? We stopped to hunt and got up a meal for everybody, and still we've been here nigh under 2 hours.
We had to go back to Fort Clatsop to pick up some blue beads you left.
Nate, we figured Injuns would have got you by now.
What Injuns?
The ones you ain't seen.
That's the way I like them.
The meat look mighty good.
It should be ready to eat.
Hey, yo, what do you say we help you shop, no? Sure thing, Charbonneau.
Any sign at all of Indians, Pryor?
Nothing.
Well, then I think I'm hungry. Let's eat.
No, I'm with you there.
The eating was mighty good. And to borrow a favorite phrase of Meriwether's, we fared sumptuously. Then, temporarily, we defeated swarms of mosquitoes by throwing enough green wood on the fires to make them smoke. The men relaxed with their tobacco, and for the first time in many months, I heard York sing.
Relaxing sound, that singing.
They sang a lot back home. Women used to sit around and listen.
I sure envy him that. Me, I had to chase after him.
Captain, here we are at the Missouri. When do I leave? In the morning?
That's right. With 9 men and the baggage. You should manage fine. Gas will meet you at the Great Falls with the trucks for the portage. Then you go down the Missouri to meet Captain Lewis at the Marias River.
Can I have Cruzat and Calder?
Yes? Anybody else?
Oh, you name the others, sir.
Well, Weiser, Collins, Willard, Howard, LePage, Potts, and Whitehouse. All of them are good in the boats. Now remember, you'll be in danger mostly on land. In camp or hunting, keep alert.
Anything you want me to say to Captain Lewis?
Now, I'll write him tonight. After breakfast the next day, Ordway left. A little nervous, but with an outward show of confidence. He was on his own, and I hoped he would be all right. Pryor got the rest of us ready for the overland trek. All horses were now provided with tough buffalo hide overshoes.
49 horses, 1 colt, sir. All baggage loaded, and we're ready to move.
Fine. Where's Janie?
I passed the word. She's coming. Ah, here she is now.
Sir?
You know the river called Yellowstone, Janie?
It is from the south and turns east, a fine river.
Southeast. Is that the direction for us?
To the mountains. Take pass. Yellowstone River is on other side.
How much time to go down the Yellowstone to the Missouri? 1 moon?
Maybe half a moon. First part, we maybe have trouble with Crow tribes.
Well, we better get started, Pryor.
Yes, sir.
We rode through country that continued to be a scenic delight. Plenty of game near at hand. We climbed by easy stages into the mountains, and Sacagawea located a pleasant pass which led us into the valley of the Yellowstone.
Captain, this is really easy traveling. I hope Ordway is having as easy a time of it.
And Captain Lewis up in Blackfoot country.
Yes, sir. Speaking of Injuns, so far not a hide nor hair of one. Hey, Charbonneau, where are all them Injuns Sacagawea said we'd run into?
Do you not feel them, Sergeant? Especially at night, huh? They're all around us.
Biding their time, I suppose. Wait until they catch a sentry asleep.
We've been lucky. Perhaps they're afraid of our weapons.
You really believe they're all around, Charbonneau? Does Janie think so?
She hopes that seeing a woman and a child among us will make them realize we are a party of peace.
Captain, when we come to the river, do we stay on shore and follow it?
Hey, guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun, too. And now I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun, Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from with new games released each week. You can play for free, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year, too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
Or do we make dugouts?
Both. Staying inside of each other. Half of the boats, half of the horses should be some insurance against attack.
Captain, I have found one of the roots like a carrot. I have pulled it for you.
Yeah, it sure looks like a carrot. Tonight I'll try to draw a picture of it for Captain Lewis.
Captain, look. Back in the pass. Smoke.
It is a crow signal smoke.
You sure?
But there is also answering smoke far ahead of us.
Well, I'll be danged. Over on the horizon.
Uh-huh. You see, Sergeant?
They have been following us for days.
That night, when we made our camp, I doubled the number of men on watch. I sat up much later than usual, straining eyes and ears for the sight or sound of hostiles. But nothing happened. I finally fell asleep, to be awakened by a grim Sergeant Pryor.
Captain?
Morning, Pryor.
There's 3 horses missing, sir.
But missing? You're sure they didn't stray?
Yes, sir. I found an Indian moccasin print. And the 3 were our best horses.
But didn't the sentries hear anything during the night?
Not a thing.
There was room for doubt about this first adroitly managed theft. It vanished in the developments for the next 2 nights. Each night, despite the most elaborate of precautions, 2 more horses disappeared. Again, the best animals. Attention began to communicate itself to the men. The idea of standing watch with all faculties alert and still unable to detect the thieves in action is very hard on morale. It made a man doubt himself.
I don't see how they got away with it. Right under my nose.
Many Indians steal horses, but with the Crow, it is an art.
Don't they get some kind of medal for it?
It is called counting a coup. Stealing an enemy horse is second only to killing enemy warriors in battle.
Captain, river ahead.
The sight of water somehow was very welcome. Now we were not entirely dependent upon the horses for transportation. We would use dugouts and, of course, defend our horses to the utmost of our abilities because they represented money. When we reached the Mandan villages, we could use them to acquire many needed articles and services.
Captain, timber here is too small for canoes.
I'll keep moving. Send Bratton and Shields ahead to find us some good trees.
Yes, sir.
We found the timber, but it was barely thick enough, and the width and depth of our craft would be no more than 2 feet. We set up camp while trees were felled and the boats made from them. That night, we tried placing our horses between campground and the river.
Well, looks like them crows will have a tough time stealing anything tonight.
Make sure the guard is doubled.
Yes, sir. Old York's at the singing again. Must figure we're safe.
Well, maybe he's singing to keep up his courage. How long can you make those canoes?
28 feet.
2 by 28. Why don't we put them in tandems?
2 side by side. That's good. Give us stability.
York, shut up that noise.
You say shut up, boy?
If you got a gargle, do it down by the river.
You got no call to talk to me that way.
Just shut up or I'll stomp you.
Stop me? A rut like you?
York, Shannon, come over here.
Yes, sir.
Sir?
I'll make allowances, York. Shannon's nervous.
I sure am.
This valley's crawling with hostiles. Instead of fighting each other, why not try to get along? Keep alert. Listen for the enemy.
I'm sorry, York.
Me too. Got no business singing with hostiles out there. I'll listen.
Gotta catch them horse thieves.
The night seemed peaceful. The horses seemed calm. The watch was changed regularly without incident. Each man seemed alert. Then along toward dawn, there was an uproar of noise from the horses. I sent men to reinforce the watch, held others back for the defense of the camp, and built up the fires for light. Presently, order was restored among the horses. In the first of the daylight, Pryor trudged in.
Captain, them Indians stole 24 horses.
But how?
I don't know exactly. Shannon and Charbonneau are still chasing after him. I found this moccasin and a piece of Indian robe.
We lost 24. That leaves only 18.
That's right, sir. That looks like Charbonneau and Shannon coming this way now.
It was crows, Captain.
Big party, sir. Shannon and me, we were the sentinels. How they surprise us, I don't know. One moment, all quiet. Next, everything come at once. I think I wounded one of the thieves.
When the fuss started, they got the horses over that little rise to the east and ran them down the draw 3-4 miles away.
And there, the trail disappears.
It's rocky.
Oh, this settles it. We have to get these horses away before we lose them all.
Yes, sir.
Pryor, you and Shannon and Windsor are going to take them out of this country.
Sir?
Well, you 3 men know horses better than the rest of us. Drive them directly overland to the Mandan villages on the Missouri. Stay there with Chief Blackcat until we pick you up.
Catch that, Shannon?
Quite a job, but we'll make it.
We've got to make it. Go tell Windsor. We'll move out in an hour.
Toward mid-morning, Sergeant Pryor, Windsor, and Shannon rode out. The rest of the men stood and watched, most of them sure they would never see Pryor or Shannon or Windsor alive again. It was asking a lot of those 3, sending them out into a country filled with Indians you couldn't see, Indians who wanted your horses. But there was no other way. Somebody had to do it. I tried to forget I was the one who issued that order. I moved about watching the men build the boats. 6 of them. You're coming right along.
Captain, you feel them 3 boys will be all right all alone with them horses?
I hope so.
Maybe if they keep on the move and sleep in turn.
Well, looks like we can put the tandem in the water tomorrow. Charbonneau, how's the larder?
Enough meat for another day, sir.
We pushed off early in the day. The current was strong, and our boats were swept along at a fast pace. We used paddles and tillers only for direction. By the end of that first day, we had logged 80 miles. The following day, gliding along at the same brisk pace, I spied an unusual rock formation looming downriver. It was like a tower above the plain. And the top of it, Sacagawea saw it too.
Look, Capitan.
You've seen it before, Janie?
No, but often my people spoke of it. On it are carved symbols by the men of many tribes.
I think I'll have to take a closer look. Lay in the shore.
Yes, sir.
The sides of the rock were covered with Indian signs and pictographs. I climbed up high enough to chisel my name and the date into the stone above the others, where it would not easily be obliterated. Then I went on up to the top. I stood erect, aware of a light breeze, and looked about. It was an impressive view, mile upon mile of hills and grassland and winding river. I stayed up there for some time until cries from below caught my attention. The men had beached the canoes and had prepared a midday meal. I descended carefully, made my way back to them.
Captain, don't go up there no more. You could fall and kill yourself.
It was peaceful up top. Say, look at little Pop eating meat like a grown man.
Soon he will no longer be a baby. Soon he will be a big boy.
That's what we'll call it. From now on, that big pile of rock is Pompey's tower.
Someday, Baptiste, or Pompey, as you call him, will come back here. He will climb as you did.
And when he's old enough to understand the honor, we will tell him of this monument named after him, huh?
August 3rd, 1806, we reached the Missouri. The men yelled and cheered as we put into shore. Here we would make camp and wait for Meriwether Lewis and Ordway to appear. But soon we found that waiting at this particular spot was going to be all but impossible.
Got him. Captain, the mosquitoes are trying to eat us all alive. That one was as big as a horse.
I'll better build up a fire.
Yes, sir. But it'll take more than a fire to stop these flying wolves.
Oh, Captain, the mosquitoes. I've never seen them so bad. Ooh.
Now, don't start that fire, York. We're getting out of here. I left a note for Meriwether fastened to a stick, which I jammed into the riverbank, and we went downriver for a couple of days. We hauled up on a beach where there were no insect pests. We built fires, had a noontime feast of buffalo meat. I was looking about for a place to take a nap when Sacagawea clutched my arm and pointed upriver.
Captain, look, bull boat.
Hey, I've never seen a modern bull boat on the open river.
Take another look. That ain't no man down in that bull boat. That's Sarge Pryor.
Pryor was the sole occupant of the leading bull boat, and Windsor and Shannon were in the other. Considering that bull boats were circular basins of buffalo hides stretched over a stick frame and not intended for open river navigation, they handled the bobbing, swinging craft with rare skill, putting in at the camp amid the yells of the men. I hurried to the water's edge and was relieved when all 3 men, apparently none the worse for wear, stepped out of the bull boats. Ah, Pryor, what happened?
Well, sir, second day out, Indians took every last horse we had.
We tried to follow them, but it was no good. They ran away from us.
We headed to the Yellowstone fast as we could hoof it to try to get there before you passed in the boat. We never made it. We knew when we saw your name in that tower of rock. Only thing we could do was shoot buffalo and make bull boats. No tools to make dugouts.
Well, bull boats ain't so bad once you get used to them.
Only thing is you can't make them go very well against the current.
Well, you didn't try, did you?
Well, yes, sir, we did. You see, when we got to the mouth of the Yellowstone, I found your note at that place where the mosquitoes are. I read it, threw it aside, and started downriver.
You did what?
Well, I thought the note was for me at first. Then I figured that I was supposed to be at the Mandan villages, and you wouldn't be leaving a note for me. It had to be for Captain Lewis.
We wanted to go back and fix things, but like Sergeant says, we can't make bull boats go upstream in a strong current.
We may be in trouble, Sergeant. Big trouble. The loss of the horses reduced us in one stroke from men in a strong position for trading to a group of impecunious wanderers. But even that wasn't bad, given any luck in hunting. What was bad was that Meriwether Lewis would be coming downriver with no clear idea of our whereabouts. It would be very easy to miss each other on the wide Missouri.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition, starring Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves, featured Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Cliff Holland, Frank Gersel, Eddie Firestone, and Don Spruance. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
How to have fun, anytime, anywhere. Step 1. Go to ChumbaCasino.com.
ChumbaCasino.com. Got it.
Step 2. Collect your welcome bonus.
Come to Papa welcome bonus.
Step 3. Play hundreds of casino-style games for free.
That's a lot of games. All for free?
Step 4. Unleash your excitement.
Chumba Casino has been delivering thrills for over a decade. So claim your free welcome bonus now and live the Chumba life. Visit ChumbaCasino.com.
VGW Group. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year, too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Captain Lewis, according to White Bear and the guides, we're miles into Blackfoot country. I ought to post guards tonight.
You can put me down for the first watch, Sergeant Gass.
Yes, sir. Second watch, Goodrich. Third, Fraser. Fourth, Werner.
Captain Lewis, I wish to make talk.
Very well, White Bear. Sit down.
Other guides afraid. Many Blackfeet. Only 3 Nez Perce.
But there hasn't been a sign of Blackfeet so far, White Bear.
Blackfeet hate Nez Perce. For many years, war between us. Ahead is Hell's Gate Canyon, place of ambush many times in past. Trail filled with bones of Nez Perce.
And you want to go back home. You can't blame me for that.
I speak for others. They go home. I stay. I lead you through place of much death, if you say.
No, White Bear. You've been a brave man to come this far. Perhaps we can find our way from here. In the morning, you go.
My friend, do not go into canyon.
The Blackfeet are not my enemies. They have no reason to harm me.
Captain, Blackfeet, warrior people. Blackfeet live to fight. In Hell's Gate, they kill you.
Without a reason?
They do not need reason. You, stranger, they warriors.
White Bear, because you have been a true friend, I want you to have this token, this medal with a picture of our great president, Thomas Jefferson.
I am honored. My friend, I give you my name. From now to end of time, you are my other self.
Thank you, White Bear. And my name is yours.
Then we are truly brothers. Please, my brother, do not go into Hell's Gate. Come back to Nez Perce country.
Someday, perhaps. But right now I must go on. It is my duty.
I fear for you, my brother. Many Blackfeet will come. You will die.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 12, Lewis and the Blackfeet. July 5, 1806. Meriwether Lewis and 9 men of the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery, including the brothers Reuben and Joseph Fields, White Bear and the Nez Perce guides, and the big Newfoundland dog Scannon, headed north and east toward the Great Falls of the Missouri River, today the site of the important Montana city of Great Falls. Here Sergeant Gass and a detail would wait for Sergeant Ordway's party, floating down the Missouri, and help portage them around the falls. Lewis, 3 men, and Scannon would go north to explore the Marias River. then meet Sergeants Gass and Ordway, where the Marias joined the Missouri. Together they would descend to the junction of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers, where Clark and the rest of the Corps would be waiting. It was a daring and dangerous plan, made because the captains were determined to take back to civilization adequate information about this Montana country.
At Meridian the next day, we smoked a pipe with our Nez Perce guides. We supplied them with food and bade them farewell. Then we mounted our horses and rode toward the canyon called Hell's Gate. Over here, Drouillard. How does it look ahead?
Capitan, you're right ahead with me, if you will.
Gas, keep the detail moving. Stay alert.
Yes, sir.
George and I rode at a trot along the well-used trail. About 2 miles of it, and George gestured at what seemed to be a recently vacated camp. We rode in, dismounted.
This is it, sir.
Blackfoot camp, huh?
Blackfoot, or their war allies, the Minataris of the North.
The fires have been concealed.
Well, that one, where I dug down to the ashes, that is stone cold.
Only war parties take the trouble to hide their fires. How old is this camp, you figure?
I say 2 months.
In 2 months, they could have made a sweep into the Flathead country and be riding back this way.
We got to keep our eyes open, sir.
Despite the ominous relics in the Hell's Gate, and despite a second, more recently vacated camp we came upon 2 days later, no marauding Blackfeet appeared. With an easy trail, plenty of game, and good horses, we reached the Great Falls in a mere 8 days. It was like a paradise. Grass was luxuriant and plentiful for the horses, and all around us were the undisturbed buffalo herds, evidence that the Blackfeet were not in the area. I sent Sergeant Gass and Joe Fields to recover our canoes from the shallows where we had sunk them the year before, and Rube Fields and I opened the cache.
This earth's heavy and wet.
Let's hope we wrap things tight enough.
Yeah, almost there. I'm into it. Captain, it's in bad condition.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Looks like the Missouri paid it a visit at flood time. Get the rest of the stuff out while I look at these papers.
Yes, sir. Good news, Captain. News are all right.
Yeah, we could roll away in them right now if we had to.
It's some consolation.
What a mess.
What is it? Those medical supplies ruined?
Oh, the box is tight enough, but the stopper came out of the laudanum.
The ruined cap...
It is Ryan Seacrest here. Everybody needs some variety in life. That's what I love about Chumba Casino. They know how to keep things fresh and exciting. All their games are free to play. Like spin slots, bingo, and solitaire. You can claim free daily login bonuses, too. And they release new games every week. So spice things up with ChumbaCasino.com now for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year, too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
Cash was a disappointment, but the night was pleasant. We fared sumptuously on a tender hump of buffalo. After the meal, I set the watches, worked about an hour on my notes, and then rolled up in my blanket. First thing in the morning, as a precautionary measure, I sent McNeil out to round up the horses for a count. He returned with only 10.
I looked high and low, sir. I checked all the trails. Nothing but these 10.
Sergeant Gass?
Sergeant Gass reporting, sir.
McNeil could only find 10 horses. I want a more thorough search made. I think there should be some trace on them.
Well, if there's engines, there ought to be signs.
Gass came back in the middle of the afternoon without the missing horses, without evidence that they had been stolen. I decided to send out my 2 best scouts, Drew Yar and Joe Fields. They failed to return to camp that evening, or the next day, or the day after.
I got the truck carriages dug up for portage, sir.
What shape are they in?
Well, I'll have to change them some so horses can pull them.
Speaking of horses, sir, George Druyar and my brother have been gone for more than 2 days. I'd like to go looking for them.
Let's wait the rest of the day, Rube.
Yes, sir.
Somehow, watching the men doggedly going about the renovation of canoes and portage gear, I thought of Sergeant Floyd, who had died during the early days of the journey from a malady we could not identify. We'd almost lost Bratton to another mysterious malady, but to this anxious moment we had lost no men to war or to the hazards of the wilderness. Perhaps it was too much to expect to return home without paying tribute to both. I sat down before the fire and glumly watched the cooking detail prepare our noontime meal. As if he sensed my depression and wanted to comfort me, Scannon came and dropped down beside me. He put his big head on my knees and gave me a look of deep compassion. I buried my fingers in his thick fur and thought of the 2 missing men. Lost men by this time. 2 of the very best. Scannon, what is it, boy? Scannon loped away toward the edge of camp, and in a moment we saw what he had sensed ahead of us. Joe Fields and George Druyar.
Hey, if it isn't old Joe, just when I was beginning to think I was rid of him. Well, you can't get rid of a brother that easy. You ought to know that, Rube.
I'm mighty glad you're back. What did you find out?
Well, sir, Blackfeet stole the horses, all right.
Hey, the Blackfeet horse.
You saw them? Found sign?
We trailed them and the horses clear to their first camp. We thought about trying to run them down, but there was only Joe and me against 15, 20 warriors.
Sergeant Gass, I want all remaining horses hobbled. Put them under 24-hour guard.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
I was greatly relieved and adjusted my thinking to the grim fact that we had only 10 horses. These would have to provide motive power for pulling the baggage and canoe-laden trucks over the portage and carry me and my detail on our exploration of the Marias River. With me, I would take Druyar and the Fields brothers. 4 horses to ride and 2 for spares. The other 4 would stay with Sergeant Gass for the hard work of hauling our equipment overland. Then Thompson and Werner came in with more meat and reported McNeil, the 3rd member of the hunting detail, missing. Finally, as night was closing in on us, McNeil appeared. He practically fell off his horse.
Captain, I'm sorry.
Why?
Oh, you'll never believe it, sir.
Try telling me.
Well, I was down on the Portage Trail, and all of a sudden, a big grizzly about 6 feet tall reared up out of the thick brush. My horse shied, and he bucked me off and ran. Well, when I started to get up, this bear was standing over me, growling like all get out. I jumped up, grabbed me a rifle, and whacked him over the head as hard as I could.
Now, wait a minute, McNeil.
I told you, sir. I said you wouldn't believe me.
All right, go on.
Well, I whacked him because I had no time to shoot. Anyhow, he staggered back, scratching his head, looking kind of amazed, and I made for the nearest tree.
Man, let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me tell you, sir, when he got over being dizzy, he was one mad grizzly. He sat down under the tree to wait for me. About 5 hours later, he got tired and went away, and it was late afternoon. Well, I saw my horse a couple of miles away, so I got down, I ran for it, and I rode for here.
McNeil, you're right. I don't believe you.
Sounds like a tall tale, sir, but will you look at his rifle? Barrel's broken off right above the breech, and bear hair is still sticking to it.
Now, there's something. It has to go into my journal. July 17, 1806. Drouillard, the two Fields brothers, and I stood beside our horses ready to leave for the unexplored Marias River country. We faced Gass and the other men who had shared our way of life for over 2 years. We knew we might never see them again.
Ordway ought to be here in a few days. We'll make the portage and meet you at the Marias and the Missouri on August 5th.
Good. You can feel free of hostiles for a few days at least, because Rube and Joe scouted the Blackfoot raiding party, and they're headed south.
Good. Well, that means you'll miss them, too.
But if we should not reach the rendezvous by September 1st, you're to give us up and go on. Ready, George?
Yes, sir.
Rube, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Captain.
Let's go. We pushed into a semi-arid plains country to the north and camped on the banks of the Teton River. Here I made scientific observations, and in the morning we moved on to the Marias. We followed it north and west for about a week, making observations as we went. The weather worsened, game became scarce, and George discovered that there were Indians in the vicinity. I had already determined that the Marias originated somewhere near latitude 50, so we decided to start back. I sent Drouillard downriver to hunt, and the Fields brothers and I climbed a height to get a final panoramic look at the country.
Oh, sure is pretty from up here.
Get down, Joe. Behind the rocks.
What is it, Captain?
See for yourself, over there. Scannon, come here.
Indian horses.
You put the glass on them. About 30 horses, I'd say, half of them saddled.
They might see our horses.
Some braves are looking downriver. They probably sighted George.
There's no way to warn him. No way at all. If we can get our horses and charge him, that'll give George a chance to run.
Not George. He'd come back to help, and we'd all end up getting killed. Now, the only way is a bold and friendly approach. We'll unfurl the flag and ride straight toward them. We moved quickly to our horses, mounted, and rode toward the Indians with the stars and stripes waving above us. Our sudden appearance confused them. For a few moments, they milled about indecisively. Then they ran to their horses.
It is Ryan here, and I have a question for you. What do you do when you win? Like, are you a fist pumper, a woohooer, a hand clapper, a high fiver? If you want to hone in on those winning moves, check out Chumba Casino. Choose from hundreds of social casino-style games for your chance to redeem serious cash prizes. There are new game releases weekly, plus free daily bonuses. So don't wait. Start having the most fun ever at ChumbaCasino.com.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year, too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
Good half of those saddles are pack saddles.
I count 8 warriors.
Yeah, if we can get George back, the odds will only be 2 to 1. Then we'll have a chance.
One of them hostiles is going to ride straight for us.
Rein in. I'll get down. Show them we're friendly.
I hope you're doing right, Captain. I hope you're doing right. Now they're all riding at us and riding hard.
The 8 Indians galloped steadily across the plain. They slowed to a trot as they neared us. I swung back into my saddle, called out to the men to make the peace sign. Then I moved ahead of the Fields brothers, shook hands with the first Indian, then greeted the other 7. We all dismounted. Quiet, Scout.
I am Side Hill Calf, Big Blackfoot Pagan Chief. This Wolf Calf, Blackfoot War Leader.
We come in peace. You smoke pipe with us?
We smoke.
Good. Other man downriver. He have pipe. You send man. Bring him here so we can smoke.
Wolfcalf, you go.
I was deeply worried. What if George mistook Wolfcalf for an enemy and shot him? Or what if Wolfcalf went for reinforcements? We stood around awkwardly, each group dubious of the other. After what seemed an eon of time, Wolfcalf and George Druyar galloped in together.
Wolfcalf, he tell we are going to have a friendly smoke.
I'm glad to see you, George. You better let me have a pipe.
Yes, sir.
We went through the pipe ceremony. With George's skill at the universal sign language, the situation grew easier almost immediately. Then we moved downriver and made common camp, where the Blackfeet set up a semicircular lodge of skins before our fire. We cooked buffalo meat for all. We ate together. Before the fire and under the stars, we began to talk, and I hoped George's sign language would be eloquent enough.
We are part war party. Our tribe, half sun near.
Half sun near? I don't understand.
His people are half a day's march from here. He and his 7 men are part of a strong war party.
Tell him our story and how one of our goals is to establish peace between all the tribes and do away with all warfare between whites and Indians.
I will try, Captain.
I watched the Indians as George began using his hands. The Blackfeet, however, while obviously admiring his ability, seemed to distrust it, very much like an uneducated man distrusting the easy speech of the educated. Finally, George turned to me.
They will not talk peace, only talk about how strong they are, how their neighbors fear them, and how still another Blackfoot tribe is near, not to mention the Minataris of the north.
Let me try. Side Hill Calf, great chief. Big white tribe downriver, many rifles. You come see, yes? We give you tobacco, horses, yes?
We talk again. Next sun. First, we sleep.
Yes, my friend. We all sleep. Good night. I composed myself near the fire, and Scannon lay beside me. Sleep took hold of my men and all of the Indians except Side Hill Calf. He was stretched out, feigning sleep. I wondered about his distrust of us. I looked at him again. Weariness had at last overcome him. He was asleep. The camp was peaceful. I was glad when Joe Field signaled that it was time for his watch. I drifted into an uneasy, nightmarish sleep. The noise of the fight awakened me. I jerked upright. Close by, Druyar was struggling to get his rifle away from a pair of the warriors, and he succeeded when the growling Scannon attacked one of them. Rube and Joe had closed with Side Hill Calf and another savage who had stolen their rifle. I reached for mine, found it missing, and leaped to my feet, pistol in hand.
Give me that rifle! You die! Get him, Rube! Get out of there!
As Rube Fields killed Side Hill Calf with his knife, I ran after the Indian who had my rifle. I caught him within 50 yards and, brandishing my pistol, forced him to drop it. Their weapons recovered, Rube and Joe charged in to help me.
Let me kill him!
Let him go! He could have killed me, and he didn't.
You say so, sir.
Where's George?
Here! I'm here!
No, George, let him go!
Yeah. For a moment, I thought he was going to kill you.
I was lucky. His bullet was so close I felt the wind from it.
I'm all over peace. How about you two?
We are all right. This Scannon, he saved my life.
Never want to give that dog away, Captain. You know, to who?
I think I'll keep him for a while. Throw some wood on that fire so we can see. We better pack and get out of here as fast as we can ride. We rode southeast along the river toward the Missouri. We stayed in our saddles all night until we were forced to rest the horses at 3 the next afternoon.
Captain, you reckon we put enough distance between us and the Blackfeet?
No. I'm hoping Gass and Ordway get to the mouth of the Marias ahead of time. In any case, we've got to get to them before the Blackfeet.
Well, suppose the others are not there. You told Gass to meet us August 5th. That is 9 days away.
We'll have to ride up the Missouri till we do meet them. I'm sorry we had to kill those 2 warriors.
Well, it was them or us, sir.
I suppose so. I keep thinking we had a chance to establish friendly relations, and somehow we missed.
Well, I see one thing, Captain. Smoking with them did some good. Except for Sidey and Calf and the one that you shot, the others did not try to kill us. And you kept me from shooting one of them.
And me.
You're right. The peace pipe means something to all of us. We'd better round up those horses and get going. We covered 17 more miles that afternoon. Then we stopped for a hasty supper and rode on by night until 2 in the morning. We had to rest the horses again, as well as ourselves. We were awake at dawn, frankly amazed to be alive. Although so saddle-sore we could hardly walk, we left, determined to make it to the Missouri, scared that at any moment hostiles might descend upon us.
Oh, I'm tired. When we get there, I won't get down from the horse, and I'll fall off.
Hey, it is Ryan Seacrest. There's something so thrilling about playing Chumba Casino. Maybe it's the simple reminder that with a little luck, anything is possible. ChumbaCasino.com has hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from with new game releases each week. Play for free anytime, anywhere, for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. Join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
It wasn't an Indian musket. Too strong a charge.
Yes, sir. It's a big game charge. Probably Ordway or Gass sent out hunters.
We'll go past that hill to the southeast. That's where the shots came from. It's a wild ride. We pounded across a wedge of land toward the unseen Missouri. Scannon ran stiff-legged and sore-footed beside my horse. We had to find those riflemen in a hurry to save them from a possible surprise attack by pursuing Blackfeet.
River! River ahead!
We raced out upon the riverbank. Up the Missouri, just rounding a bend, was a welcome sight. The canoe flotilla of Sergeant Ordway.
Ordway! Ordway!
Ordway and his laden canoes pulled in close to the shore, and the men fired off a volley of shots in their exuberance over seeing each other.
Captain Lewis, good to see you, sir.
While Ordway was explaining to me that Gass and his detail had ridden overland to the Marias and Missouri rendezvous, John Coulter and John Collins, whose hunting rifles we had heard, came in with meat.
Captain, we can eat here since we've suddenly got plenty of meat.
No, Sergeant. The sooner we reach Gass, the better. The Blackfeet are on the warpath, and he must be warned.
You had trouble with them, sir?
A couple of nights back, they tried to steal our horses and our rifles. Had to kill 2 of them, a chief and a warrior, before we could get clear. By now, the whole Blackfoot nation could be after us.
Well, we better ride close to the river the rest of the way, sir.
It's too slow. There's room for us all in the boats. Joe, throw the saddles in the river. Rube, run off those horses.
But, sir, that's throwing away money. All the downriver Indians want horses.
What good is money to any of us? The Blackfeet catch us. All right, men, everybody in the boats. We headed downriver and met Sergeant Gass and his men. We stayed there only long enough to eat and to open and recover spare equipment and ammunition. Additional boats hidden nearby were seaworthy, with the single exception of the big red pirogue. Then we turned Gass's horses loose, piled into the boats, and headed downriver at top speed, 7 miles per hour.
Almost didn't make it, huh, George?
I would not have, except for Scano.
Hey, we sure did right after it was over. 120 miles in 24 hours. Try that sometime, Sergeant.
Oh, thank you. I'll stick to boats.
Then tell your steersman to slow down. We're losing Ordway.
Easy, Cruzat. Half speed. Captain, there's a big river ahead. Yellowstone, I think.
Move in closer to shore, south bank.
Yes, sir. I don't see any sign of Captain Clark. Not anywhere.
Cruzat, lay into shore. I stepped out on the bank and was assailed by a swarm of mosquitoes. I found a piece of torn paper and a broken knot stick. Evidently, there had been a note destroyed by persons unknown.
Captain, looks to me like Captain Clark was here. The mosquitoes are terrible.
Maybe Captain Clark went south to get rid of them.
I got him. Guess nobody could stay here without being eaten alive. We'll move on. Slowly. Keep a sharp eye out for them.
Yes, sir.
By August 11th, we had still failed to make contact with Billy Clark. We were running out of meat because we had allotted very little time to hunting. Since our chances of being overtaken by the Blackfeet were now remote, I ordered the boats into shore and camp made. Needing exercise, I selected myself to provide meat. With Cruzat as my partner, I plunged into the thick woods along the river looking for game. Suddenly, we came upon 2 elk. I had killed mine, but Cruzat's, only wounded, went crashing through the brush. We set out after it in among trees well shadowed by late afternoon. Somehow, I had outdistanced Cruzat and looked about for him. Cruzat! Cruzat! There was nothing but silence. I moved ahead, looking for him. Cruzat! I'm shot! Help! The bullet had slammed into the fleshy part of my thigh and passed clear through. I felt the blood running warmly down my leg and into my moccasin. I staggered back toward the river. I called out repeatedly for Cruzat, but got no answer. Blackfeet, I thought. I had to make it back and warn the others.
Avatar! Avatar! Here he is, Ordway! Come here! Give me a hand!
It must be Blackfeet, George. Send the men out to find Cruzat.
Yes, sir. After we get you safe.
They carried me back to the boat, the white pirogue. As Gas applied a dressing to the wound, pain surged up suddenly, and everything went black.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 12, Lewis and the Blackfeet, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Bill Quinn, Eddie Firestone, Dan Barton, John Stevenson, Howard Culver, Dal McKennon, and Jane Avello. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
How to have fun, anytime, anywhere. Step 1. Go to ChumbaCasino.com.
ChumbaCasino.com. Got it.
Step 2. Collect your welcome bonus.
Come to Papa Welcome Bonus.
Step 3. Play hundreds of casino-style games for free.
That's a lot of games. All for free?
Step 4. Unleash your excitement.
Chumba Casino has been delivering thrills for over a decade. So claim your free welcome bonus now and live the Chumba life. Visit ChumbaCasino.com.
VGW Group. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Look, boats are coming down the river.
It's Captain Lewis. Captain Clark! Captain Clark!
I see the big white boat, but where is the big red one?
They found it in bad shape and left it behind, I guess. What is it, Brian? Look upriver, sir. It's Captain Lewis.
Mighty fine sight, isn't it?
Sure is, sir.
High time after us waiting so long. Let's give them a salute.
Yes, sir.
Attention! Get your rifles! Load up fast!
Come on, you men. Make it fast now. Fire when ready.
I do not see Captain Lewis in the big white boat.
Neither do I. Ordway's in this place.
Drouillard in the boat, and Cruzat is steering, and I see the big dog Scanlon.
Not a sign of Captain Lewis. Now, anybody see him in those far canoes?
No, sir. Something sure is wrong.
Perhaps he's sick and must lie in the bottom of the big white boat.
Captain, I don't think he's with them at all.
We'll find out in a few minutes.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to the concluding chapter, Down the Missouri to St. Louis. August 12, 1806. William Clark and his party had descended the Missouri River at a leisurely pace, hoping Lewis would catch up with them. Now, not far from the Mandan Indian villages, and slightly north and west of what is now the city of Bismarck, North Dakota, the long-anticipated reunion took place. Once again, the Corps of Discovery was together, a lean, tough, bearded lot of heroes bound for home and immortality.
The thought that Meriwether Lewis might be dead had crossed my mind.
Instantly, I rejected it as I hurried toward the boat. It couldn't happen, I told myself, with the hardest and most dangerous part of our journey completed. But the ugly thought persisted. Certainly, Meriwether Lewis was nowhere to be seen as Ordway and Gass brought the boats in. Sergeant Gass, where's Captain Lewis?
Here, sir. Lying on the bottom of the boat. Here, Billy. You'll have to come to me. I'm too stiff to move.
Meriwether, what happened? Fight with the Blackfeet?
We had one, but I got this yesterday. Cruzat and I were hunting. He mistook me for an elk.
He shot you?
Accidentally, but it's not serious.
I dressed the wound this morning, sir.
Just the same, I'd better have a look.
All right, you men. Why are you standing around? Captain Lewis had himself an accident, but he's going to be up and around in a few days. So let's get busy. Unload those boats. Come on, unload them.
I removed the bandages, exposing an ugly but fortunately superficial wound, provided we kept it clean and away from infection. The pain of removing bandages was considerable for Meriwether. He clenched his teeth against it. Then he tried to make light of it.
Tell me, Billy, do I look anything like an elk?
Some, maybe, between the eyes.
Oh.
With a grimace instead of a smile on his face, he slipped into unconsciousness. I went ahead with the cleaning and dressing of the wound, and soon Meriwether regained consciousness.
Oh, that feels better, I guess. Billy, I think the worst is over for us all. We're less than 2,000 miles from home and every mile downriver.
A couple of days ago, we met a pair of trappers named Dixon and Hancock. Teton Sioux had robbed them blind. I gave them rifles and ammunition.
Well, we met them, too, right after my accident. They asked about the country upriver.
They told me the Arikara and the Sioux didn't keep the peace. Hancock thinks the Sioux burned Fort Mandan.
Looks like we'll have some tall talking to do. Those people have got to stop fighting each other. What's that?
Guys, what is it?
Hancock and Dixon. They're going to join up with us by the look of it.
Gass was right. The two trappers asked to accompany us as far as the Mandan villages. If it were acceptable to the Mandans, they would trap in that area. We agreed to take them with us. By the time we reached the Mandans on August 21st, I was feeling considerably better. I could move around provided I didn't walk too far or too fast. We were cordially welcomed by Chief Black Cat and another dignitary who had been absent during our first visit, Chief Shihiki, a good-looking man with prematurely white hair. At a big council, we smoked and then discussed the fact that war was blighting the lives of the Plains people.
Mandan no want fight. Mandan keep peace. Rikara break truce.
Rikara? I thought it was the Teton.
Yes, Teton Sioux.
Which one, Shihiki? Rikara or Teton?
Both. First Teton say to Rikara, you go kill Mandan, or we kill you. Rikara fear Teton. Rikara kill 8 of our young men.
And that was the start of it, huh?
Yes.
We make talk with Rikara. We warn them. Our great president, Thomas Jefferson, will not let traitors come to them if they make war.
Shihiki, if one of your chiefs could come with us to Washington City, meet our president...
No. Mandan always stay in own land. Mandan leaves, Mandan never come back. Never see his own people again.
All right, Shihiki, but a personal meeting could do much good for you and your people.
I want only peace for my people. I want my young men to live. You punish Rikara and Sioux.
We will speak to them. Tell them our people do not trade with murderers.
That is good. We speak more later. Now is time for feasting.
After the feast, Billy went through the village to make sure our men weren't too diligent in renewing old friendships with the Mandans. who are very fun.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. And now I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun. Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino style games to choose from with new games released each week. You can play for free and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
Under them. In front of a campfire, my partially healed side turned toward the warmth of it. I spoke with Sacagawea and Charbonneau, telling them of something Billy had in mind, among others.
You say Shihiki feels to see the president?
That's right.
You wish him to go, Captain?
It would be good for all concerned.
Yeah. I will speak to him.
Tristan lives long with the Mandan. He will make Shihiki see the right way.
That's good. Now, if you both remember, this is where we met about 2 years ago. Fort Mandan to Fort Mandan. The United States Army owes you $500.
Yes, sir. We signed on here.
Both Captain Clark and I would like you to stay with us. Come on to St. Louis.
Oh, the city is so large. We would be lost.
This is our home.
Captain Clark says he'd get you a good job, Charbonneau. And he's fond of little Pompey.
Little Baptiste.
And you, Janie. We're both fond of you. Captain Clark would like to give Baptiste an education. All the way through college.
What do you think, Tristan?
I do not know. It's a difficult question to answer.
I can tell you one thing. The future won't be bad for you. But it could be for Baptiste.
What do you mean, bad for Baptiste?
He's half Indian. Or all Indian if he stays here. White men are coming west. Nothing in this world can stop them. They will take from the Indians lands, goods, everything.
Yeah, but then what was all the talk you and Captain Clark made to the Western tribes? The talk of trade, talk of peace. Hey, what kind of talk was it?
Hope, Charbonneau. Hope that some of the people who come out here can control the others. Hope that they'll act right because they're proud of their country and our president.
I see. There is always the good, the bad.
And sometimes the bad wins. Sometimes it happens as it did to the Indians east of the Mississippi.
Young Baptiste will face that.
He'll have a chance to fight it if he's an educated man.
He is yet a baby.
19 months.
You wish him educated, Tristan?
I wish him to be as Captain Louis says.
Then we will bring him to St. Louis when he is old enough.
Good. Captain Clark will be happy to know that. You know, he loves Pompey as his own.
With learning, Baptiste would help his people in the days ahead.
Charbonneau went to Shihiki and began what turned out to be a series of conversations about visiting Washington. Then John Coulter, one of our best men, came to speak to Billy Clark and me.
What's this all about, Coulter?
Well, sir, if it's all the same to you and Captain Lewis, I'd like to be discharged from the Army right here.
What? Say that again.
I'd like to be discharged here, sir.
Why? You signed on St. Louis to St. Louis.
I've liked this trip, sir, and I don't want to go back. Be nothing but lonely in St. Louis. Them trappers, Hancock and Dixon, they say the three of us can make a fortune fur trapping. Well, I'd like to try.
What kind of deal, Johnny? Are you a hired hand or a partner?
I get a third share, sir.
You make sure of that?
Yes, sir. then I can be paid off here,
I
too?
didn't say that. There could be trouble, Johnny.
I don't see why.
Well, suppose we pay you off. Suppose somebody else wants off down the river a piece. And somebody else. We'll have to let him go because we let you. Captain Lewis and I end up with not enough men to row the boats into St. Louis.
You got a point there, Johnny.
Yes, sir. I was just asking, that's all.
I'll tell you what we'll do. If you approve Merriweather, we'll put it to the men.
Good idea. Gas. Sergeant Gas, assemble the men.
Yes, sir. All right, you men. Captains want to talk to you.
Within a few minutes, all the corps had gathered about. Most of them were grave as if they were expecting some sort of crisis.
All right, settle down, man. Let's have it quiet.
First, no big problem has come up, so you can relax. Now, you probably heard Charbonneau and Sacagawea are leaving us here, where they signed on. That's regular. Now, Johnny Coulter wants a favor. He wants to be paid off here, too, so he can go fur trapping. The trouble is he signed on St. Louis to St. Louis. Think about that a minute.
Captain Lewis and I are inclined to let Johnny have his wish, provided nobody else asks to be discharged short of St. Louis.
We can't go home without a reasonable complement of men. Is that clear?
Yeah.
All right, now we want you to decide. Does Johnny say goodbye here or not?
Well, for one, I want to go home, and St. Louis is home.
Let's put it to a vote. All in favor of Johnny Coulter getting paid off here, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. Well, that's about it. The ayes have it.
We paid off Coulter and let him go. Thus, he'd make a fortune in fur trapping. I went down to the river to watch Gass, Bratton, and Shields make minor repairs to the big white pirogue when Charbonneau reported to me.
Captain Louis.
Yes, Charbonneau.
Chief Shihiki says he will make the trip to Washington City.
Great news. Great. How did you do it?
I convinced him it was his duty to his people. I said Monsieur Jefferson would always give preference to people he has met and liked.
I don't know about that last.
It doesn't matter, Captain. The point is, leave soon before he changes his mind. He's torn between duty to his people and going against his religion. The great spirit of the Mandans condemns people who forsake the land of their birth.
So we'll leave tomorrow. I want you to know that you've been a great help, and we appreciate it. Billy Clark and I spoke to Shihiki that evening, praising him for his wise decision, stressing that now his people would have personal contact with our great president.
Wiser! Collins! That'll ride better up here. Captain, we're about loaded. We can shove off any time you give the word.
Au revoir, Captain. Good luck.
Tell Captain Clark we will bring little Baptiste in a few years.
Take good care of him.
You men in the boat, move! Hey, move
The
it!
boat is ready for you, Shihiki.
Yes, Captain. We go.
Ready, Billy?
Ready to cast off. On to St. Louis, Cruzette. Steer me home.
Downriver, we ran into rain and big waves. But we were good at the river game by now, and we had an expert in the boats, Pierre Cruzette. He was still abnormally quiet, brooding over what he had accidentally done to Merriweather, but this in no way impaired his efficiency at the tiller. We held on, running with the storm, when others might have put him to shore. I looked at Shihiki, now sitting near me. Suddenly it struck me that here was a man of great courage, because he didn't hide his emotions.
Looking for excitement? Chumba Casino is here. Play anytime, play anywhere. Play on the train, play at the store, play at home, play when you're bored. Play today for your chance to win and get daily bonuses when you log in. So what are you waiting for? Don't delay. Chumba Casino is free to play.
Experience social gameplay like never before. Go to Chumba Casino right now to play hundreds of games, including online slots, bingo, Slingo, and more. Live the Chumba life at ChumbaCasino.com. VGW Group. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
As the white man did, you could see this courage fighting his fear and gradually winning out. After a moment, he spoke of a couple of wandering French traders we had met at our last stop.
It is true what they said, Captain.
Then you heard?
Yes. A Rikara chief went 2 years ago to Washington City with Dorian and the Yanktons. He died.
It's true. But he died of natural causes.
You will tell the Rikaras?
I don't know yet.
They will blame the white man.
Do you?
No. All men must die.
Inevitably, we reached the Rikara villages and were welcomed with a flattering friendliness. We spoke firmly to them about keeping the peace, and they assured us that they were not warlike. Whoever said they were was making medicine against them. Then we moved on downriver.
They didn't know about their chief dying. I thought it was best not to say anything.
You were right.
They won't keep the peace. Not so long as they're content to echo the policies of the Teton Sioux.
I say treat the Tetons rough. Show disapproval. Let them know there'll be no more trading till they straighten out.
The following day, we continued our trip through the country of the Teton Sioux. From cliffs along the river, warriors made threatening gestures and screamed insults. But significantly, not a one notched an arrow or pulled the trigger. Our triumph came as we were leaving their country. One of their chiefs, Black Buffalo, rushed to the edge of the river, rifle in hand.
Captain, look at him.
Ignore him, Gas.
He's putting his rifle to the ground. Once, twice, 3 times.
That's the no war plate.
I know what's going on in his mind. He's afraid we'll warn traders away.
On the 2nd of September, not far beyond the mouth of the Vermilion River, we saw a camp on the riverbank. There were a number of men, 2 large boats, and a hospitable fire. We laid into shore and were welcomed by a personable Scotch trader named James Aird and a well-equipped party heading upstream to trade with the Sioux, of all people.
I can hardly believe it. Oh, Captain Lewis, Captain Clark, a healthy group of men. But you're all supposed to be dead. Everybody east of St. Louis says so.
Well, looks like they're due for a surprise.
Sandy, see that every man among our guests gets his fill of food. But sit down here, my friend. I'm sorry I've got no whiskey to offer.
Well, we won't miss it, Mr. Aird. We ran out of it over a year ago.
Not too bad, because it isn't every day that a man can drink to return from the dead. Well, let me say, I'm delighted you're here.
If I had a glass in my hand, I'd drink to a prosperous trip for you.
Hey, we're going upriver to trade with the Sioux.
The Yanktons, yes, but keep away from the Tetons if you want to stay alive.
Was that bad?
Afraid so. Mr. Aird, we've been away for almost 2.5 years. What's going on at home?
Hey, well, let me see. Aaron Burr killed Alexander Hamilton in the duel.
Killed?
Aye, that's right.
not surprised. They hated each other.
There ought to be a law against men in the public eye dueling. It's such a bad example for the people.
A year ago, Zebulon Pike took an expedition to the headwaters of the Mississippi.
Good old Zeb.
And there was an impeachment.
Not President Jefferson.
Oh, no. Associate Justice Chase of the Supreme Court. He was acquitted. Relations are strained with England.
Well, they were when we left.
Anyhow, a British ship fired an American frigate off Sandy Hook. Killed one of our sailors.
What ship?
His Majesty's ship Leander and United States ship Richard. Generally speaking, people are pleased with Jefferson. Experts say the Federalist Party will never come back. And since General Wilkinson's been in charge at New Orleans, there's talk flying around about war with Spain. Well, now let's hear about your trip.
Well, we made it all the way to the Pacific.
It was a pleasant and informative evening for us all. We slept much later than our customary dawn awakening, and we didn't make our farewells and push out into the river until mid-morning. Several days later, we came to that place of melancholy memory, the height overlooking the river where we had buried Sergeant Charles Floyd. We left the boats and gathered about the grave.
1804. Over 2 years ago.
At the time, I thought he was only the first.
Yes. Who'd have ever guessed he would be the only one we'd lose? I figured he was lucky that some of us would die violently.
He was a good man. A good sergeant.
At least he's lying in a peaceful spot.
Let's go.
Now a kind of homecoming fever seemed to take hold of the men. They talked of St. Louis, people they knew and hadn't seen, of families, women, what they were going to do with their pay. Dozens of things that all connected with home. They didn't mind long hours at the oars, and they didn't want to spend time hunting and cooking and eating. Not if a skimpier diet would get them home sooner. Then on September 12th, we met our old friend Pierre Dorion heading upriver with a party. Pierre caught our men at a peak of weariness, and he had plenty of the first whiskey they had seen in some time. They agreed to stop long enough to eat and drink and celebrate with him.
Oh, my friends, such a pleasure to see you again. God, Squire, Douillard, Ordway, all of you. There is food enough to feed a regiment. There is whiskey enough to float you the rest of the way to St. Louis. Help yourself.
Pierre, you're looking fine.
Thank you. That's all right. And I've got him from this eastern sun on the water.
Oh, the monster. He remembers me. Oh, Shannon, old boy. You made it, huh? You stayed out of the Indian cookpot, huh?
Remember 2 years ago, you took the Airchecks and the Yankton back to Washington.
Oui. And now I am on another errand for Monsieur Jefferson. I have a load of muskets for the Airchecks to help say that we are all sorry that their chief died in Washington. I am a pacifier.
Mighty sad the chief had to die. I hope our man Shihiki has better luck.
Well, where is he?
A little distant tonight. He wanted to make his bed in our white pirogue.
It sounds funny. The rest of my little errand... President Jefferson wanted reliable reports on how you died.
Like Ed said, everybody thinks we're dead.
Well, I never did, no. Not the little brother of George Rogers Clark.
What made him think we were dead?
Well, who knows? Except the frontier experts call it a suicide mission. Anyhow, there were two rumors. First, the Blackfeet killed you all.
Not so far wrong. We did have a little set to.
And second, the Spanish capture you and send you into slavery in the Mexican silver mine.
Hey, it is Ryan Seacrest. There's something so thrilling about playing Chumba Casino. Maybe it's the simple reminder that with a little luck, anything is possible. ChumbaCasino.com has hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from with new game releases each week. Play for free anytime, anywhere for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. Join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
You hear that, Pierre? We'll have a drink on that.
Well, of course. But why?
A month ago, Cruzette put a bullet in me by accident while we were hunting. He brooded over it. This is the first time he's touched that fiddle since it happened.
Cruzette, he'll do. Let's drink to that.
Nobody can ever say that Pierre Dorion wasn't invited to our homecoming, even if it is a little early.
Great cheers for the Lewis and Clark expedition!
Joy was the only word to describe our feelings. As Dorion had said, essentially we had been a suicide mission in the beginning. But we'd made a success of it, as all of those who marked us dead would soon find out. And each of us felt a pardonable pride in himself and the other. 2 weeks later, we approached the pretty little village of St. Charles. And a few miles beyond, we could see the outskirts of St. Louis.
Look at it. Look at it. It sure is pretty.
Men, I don't want to make any speeches. I just want to say that in a few days, we'll be individuals going about our individual activities. Right now, and for a little while longer, we're the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery. We did something together that nobody ever did before.
And I'm proud of you all. Now let's load up our rifles and the swivel guns. We're going to fire a salute that'll open every door in town and bring everybody running down to the river. Everybody ready, Gas?
Ready, sir.
Ready? Fire! In a few days, the big, loud welcome home parties in St. Charles and St. Louis were over. The men were paid off. As Billy predicted, they began to go about their private activities, but never again in anonymity. Always, each man would recall the time we'd been together, united in common cause and common endeavor.
Find the place where the great river of the West reached the South Sea, or where the Missouri led. These were the goals of Cartier, Hudson, Champlain, Nicolet, Duluth, and LaSalle. But it remained for Lewis and Clark to cross the American continent to the waters of the Pacific. In their westerly journey, they filled out the map, substituting knowledge for dreams. They brought home the first authentic anthropological, botanical, and biological reports about this fabulous land. They met with the Indians with intelligence, respect, and humanity. Today, 10 stars on our flag represent the states their extensive trail crossed. Because of them, the West is American. As the historian John Bakeless puts it, today, white, red, half-breed, and Negro, they lie under the flag with the new stars they added, scattered over the land they served, the land they explored. Lewis, under his broken column in Tennessee, still solitary in the wild woods he loved. Clark, on the knoll at Bellefontaine. Charbonneau, God knows where, on the lonely prairies. And Sacagawea and her child, still among the tribes. You have been listening to the concluding episode of Horizons West, the story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Down the Missouri to St. Louis starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Bill Quinn, Jack Crucian, Frank Gerstle, Gary Collins, Richard Peel, and Don Messick. Our story was written by Carley and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
That was the final 7 of 13 episodes of Horizons West. Well, that's it for Airchecks for this week, and we will have more audio theater where we will be focusing on Thanksgiving, so stay tuned for that. Airchecks is a 3-hour podcast uploaded every Saturday and broadcasted on the K-Tai radio network every Sunday. See you at the same time and same channel.
ET is Ryan Seacrest here. People always say it's good to unwind, but that's easier said than done. The exception, Chumba Casino. They actually make it easier done than said, or at least the same. Chumba Casino is an online social casino with hundreds of casino-style games like slots and blackjack. Play for fun. Play for free for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. Sign up now and collect your free welcome bonus at ChumbaCasino.com. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply.
Black Friday is coming, and for the adults in your life who love the coolest toys, well, there's something for them this year too. Bartesian is the premier craft cocktail maker that automatically makes more than 60 seasonal and classic cocktails, each in under 30 seconds at the push of a button. And right now, Bartesian is having a huge site-wide sale. You can get $100 off any cocktail maker or cocktail maker bundle when you spend $400 or more. So, if the cocktail lover in your life has been good this year, or the right kind of bad, get them Bartesian. At the push of a button, make bar-quality cosmopolitans, martinis, Manhattans, and more. All in just 30 seconds. All for $100 off. Amazing toys aren't just for kids. Get $100 off a cocktail maker when you spend $400 through Cyber Monday. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktail. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.